commercials I hate.
That's kind of crap. I want to do that again.
This song is really mesmerizing. I'm gonna give it a thumbs up. Right. The captions appear to be working. The mic appears to be on. On. It appears to be on. 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 It's functional. And hi ho, hi ho. It also looks like it's maybe a little bit low today. A little bit low, a little bit low, a little bit low. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. There it is. Okay. We had some additional unplanned, unforced updates today. That's why we're running late. I'll come say hello. Hello. Good day. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. I was ready to go. I'm gonna lie to you right now. I was gonna say I was ready to go at 12:30. I was not. I was ready to go at 12:40. And I turned my computer on and had a series of the camera hub had to update. Elgato camera hub had to update. And then I couldn't figure out why one of the cameras wasn't working, and the camera wasn't working because it was unplugged. And then a bunch of the buttons on the Stream Deck weren't working. So anyway, it's 13:19, 1:19 p.m. and we're getting started. But those are all fine problems, right? Those are just tech problems. And I'd rather have it happen before I go live than after. I'd rather find out that my regular camera my main camera is, or not the main camera, the stove camera is not working before hitting go live. That's always good, because then you have to restart the computer. I don't know. Anyway, welcome. Happy Tuesday. We're gonna make some cookies today. Oh, I was cleaning up in the kitchen. I completely wiped and cleaned down the counter, wiped down and cleaned the counter, and Clorox wiped, bleached, disinfected. What else did I do? That was it. Anyway, let me scroll up and say hi. That was a lot of talking without saying hi to anybody. Twinderella, happy Tuesday. Welcome in. So Fluff, good to see you. Confirming that we're live on YouTube. Did that look like it went? Did it look like it went? Let me check. Yes, it did. Okay, great. Dan, hello. Good day. Good day. Shayna, welcome. Good to have you. Who's knows? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. 5,600 check-ins. We just crossed another lovely whole number. They're all whole numbers. Even number. You know what I mean. A base 10 number. We like those. Baker, welcome. Good to have you. Carly, welcome in. Hello. Love the colorful swag. Thank you. Today was an inadvertent matching the yellows day. It wasn't inadvertent. It was sort of intentional. I like this shirt because it looks like a zipper. It's just like beep, 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 beep. It's kind of like a zipper. Sita, welcome in. Oh goodness, yeah. Well, tech stuff happens, and now we're here. Wait, did you what now? Did I think I just said hi. I think I just said hi. It is Tuesday. Who knows? Tuesday, it feels like Wednesday, but it is really just Tuesday. Sita says, I need to wash dishes, but I have a cat scratch on my fingertip, which I'm sorry. That is unfortunate. The scratch is from my cat rolling off the bed and grabbing wildly as she fell. I'm just imagining. I know exactly what happens. Probably like asleep, very comfortable, cozy. All of a sudden, panic. That is how I wake up in the morning too. Fudge darling, good day. Welcome in. An infrared zipper shirt. Yeah, it's I liked it for that reason. I was like, if I'm being real modest, I was like, it looks very slimming when I bought it. Because it has the sort of like goes inward vibe. Thought you asked me something. I might have. Did I? Cyborg, hello. Good day. New coffee method. I am we're making a little pot of it's decaf, but it's a single serving like little Bialetti mug. They fall out of bed. Not often. No. Not unless I'm being chased. X frame. Yes. A taper. That's a good word for it. But no, we had a regular coffee earlier today. I'm gonna have a decaf one this afternoon. I like this Bialetti pot. It's super convenient because it only takes like a minute or two to boil, and it makes like one mug, which is perfect. A Philly cheesesteak coffee. Oh gosh. No. Oh, cursed. That sounds cursed. Salted honey Philly cheesesteak, Johns. What would a sweet Philly cheesesteak look like? Oh, what about a dessert cheesesteak? It is all cursed. All of these examples are cursed. There's been a couple that have actually been pretty good. There's been a couple like will it cheesesteak things, but by and large, they're kind of awful. A thought exercise, nonetheless, but awful. Trinderella says, I made some of that whipped coffee from TikTok that you freeze and then just throw into a glass with ice and milk and cream. I'm unfamiliar with the whipped coffee trend. Do you whip coffee without anything in it? Like, do you just like whip black coffee, or are you whipping like milk? Didn't we discuss it being like meat floss, like candied bacon? We've discussed a lot of options for what things could be cheesesteaked. There was some strange. Yeah, what was the one? There was one recently that was ice cream that was like maybe, probably not. For a scoop. So you ice cream and milk and cream and coffee. I mean, that sounds like a milkshake. I'm gonna say that sounds like a milkshake to me. Yeah, the dessert cheesesteak. Dessert cheesecake is good too. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Instant coffee. Instant coffee, hot water, sugar, whip until fluffy. Okay, so the sugar, I was like, what makes it fluffy? It's the sugar. Okay, because if you just whip coffee, that's basically stirring water, right? There's no. Am I wrong? Am I like wrong in thinking that? Okay, I was like, where's the body coming from? What? It was like Robin Williams in Hook when he's like, eat what? There's nothing here. Okay. Oh, ice and cream. Ice and milk slash cream. I don't know anything. I'm sorry. Oh man. Baker asked, was there any difference with the method in the ice cream making the last time with that tip? Yes, I think it was better. Yeah, I think that it worked to eliminate the crystal, like it was less crystalline, less like frozen, less sherbet, more cream. Gotcha. Okay. Yes to the sugar. Okay. Thank you. I'm just innocently staring into the internet, hoping people like me for my naivete. Sina asks, how did the ice cream go? The ice cream turned out really well. So one, the actual like product turned out quite well. The reception of the ice cream was also very well received. So that was nice. Calvin's instructor, this is one of his karate instructors, um, was really happy. I gave it to him and he gave me a big hug and said it was very thoughtful and that it was, very kind. He's like, oh, I can't believe you remembered that. I was like, you told me that you liked the food. Sorry, that's the type of thing that sticks with me. It's the type of thing I like to talk about with people, so that's why it makes sense. Anyway, it was well received. I packaged it in a plastic bag, so I had like a really heavy duty plastic bag from takeout at some point in the past. Actually, two of those bags. So I packaged the ice cream, the 2 pints of the ice cream in one bag, wrapped that up, put that in the other bag, and filled that with ice. Closed that up, put that in a paper bag, like a heavy duty paper bag, rolled that up, and wrapped it with like a rubber band, like a large rubber band that I had in the drawer. And then I put that in a cooler bag, like an old Wegmans cooler bag that I had. And I just gave him like that. I was like, here's 2 pints of ice cream. It was like this enormous package, but I was like, I don't know how long this guy's going to be out of the house for. Like, I don't know when the next time I'll have access to a freezer is. So like, I got to make sure this stays good for like several hours. So that was my like ad hoc. I'm gonna package ice cream methodology, and it was very satisfying. The ice cream itself was pretty good. I just went to toss that on the counter. It hit the counter and bounced across the room. The ice cream methodology was pretty good. I would like to make more of it because I only had a very, very, very small bowl of it myself, and that to me was upsetting. So I finished it. I gave some to Calvin, and he was like, "Is there any more?" And I was like, "No, I'm sorry." Lemon, welcome in. Good to have you. Baker says, I can't remember birthdays and whatnot, but I can remember their favorite foods. No problem. I I have a I definitely remember birthdays because I put them on my calendar, but I don't generally um I don't like do things for people's birthday. I usually text them. I text them. I like to text people at midnight if I'm still up, just to get it out of the way. If it's someone that I'm like into, in that level with, I might text happy birthday. But for names and personal details of people that I come across in real life, I don't remember that like naturally. Velos, welcome in. Good to have you. I don't always remember that stuff naturally. I do if I was talking to someone at the playground, you know, a parent or whatever. For a while we were getting along. I will definitely ask them their name again before I finish chatting with them, and I'll write it down in my little. I have like a little notebook, and at the back of the notebook, I just have names. It's just like, you know, Matt, so and so's dad, and I might have something like always has a hat on, or like a little note, something like that. Just to tie a name to a face, and if I know I'm going to be in like a social situation with a lot of people that are like in that sort of circle of people I run into all the time, I'll go back in my notebook and like look at the names and look at like people's names and sort of reinforce to myself that information. So maybe that's a bit much, but I like to, I don't know. I just do that. That's a thing that I do. It's how I handle life. Master Splits says, what belt rank is Calvin? Red. Yeah, he's a red, and I think there's some more between that and black. Sita says, I just got roasted by my grandma because I said April, not August, for her birthday. Ooh. I know her birthday is in the fall. Well, they both begin with A, and it's you're forgiven. You got one of them. At least you're early and not late, right? At least there's that. I need to get back to adding pictures of phone contacts. I still have pictures in my iPhone. I also never delete phone numbers like ever from my phone. So I still have pictures of people. Like my picture from my friend Drew that pops up is, I don't think it pops up when he calls. I think it's just like when I look at his contact card. It's literally from like college. It's like the first photo in my iPhoto of him, which is actually from high school, but whatever. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Good to have you. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. So if it's me, it would be Philly cheesesteak and a dish. Yeah, I mean, I might, if I was like interacting and I was like, I really need to remember this person. How do I remember them? Yeah, I would be like, you know, I would literally just write the word cheesesteak next to it. If they have kids, I'll write down like the name of their kid. If they have a partner, spouse, whatever, I will, and they mention that person, I'll like write down the name of that person. So I don't know. People say you're like, I run into people regularly in the neighborhood. I live in a city. I come across people literally every day. I was at, you know, and so like knowing their names is nice because then you can be like, hey, how's it going? And like this morning, I dropped Calvin off and I was chatting with another parent after the kids went into school, and another person walked up and was just like incorporated themselves into the conversation and was like fun and interesting, and was like, oh, this is like a nice conversation, and they walked away. And I said to my friend Sarah, who I'd been talking to my friend, this other person came up and then this other person left. And I said to my friend who I was there with, I was like, I've never met that person before. I was like, who is that? And she was like, I forget her name, but like, you know, this is blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, now when I see that person again, I will be like, hey, it was good to meet you the other day. Like, remind, you know, tell me I didn't catch your name or something like that. But that way, you just have the people in your community aren't nameless people. They're not usually faceless, but it's nice. Darlene, thank you. I like this shirt too. It was I don't buy tie dyes very often because otherwise I would just wear one every day. But I do I do occasionally like to get one when it strikes my eye. Tatsu, hello, welcome. Odie, welcome. Good to have you. Good morning. Or good morning. Yeah, good morning for carry the one. Yes, good morning. Barely. Uh See, this says I know her birthday was in August. She was quizzing me and it was like April 3rd. I'm trying to remember it was April earlier in the day. Yeah, I know how that goes. All of a sudden the word just comes out and you're just like, what? Distracted at work. Use some company sounds in the background. Work is rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it a seasonal thing or is it a regular old projects are being uh on fire? Seasonal's usually okay because everyone's going through it. It sucks when it's just you. A project with a giant fire. Hang in there. Just like the cat on the poster. You know the one. Maybe you don't. I feel like you do. When I say the hang in there cat on the poster, do you all know what I'm talking about? Odie, I feel like you know what I'm talking about. Okay. Listen, if Scholastic Book Fair was part of your growing up as a child, if flipping through the giant movie poster things at Spencer's or Hot Topic was your in your memory as a child, you know what I'm talking about. The hang in there cat, of course. Master Split says I have a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and there are many times I feel I'm not worthy. This is how Calvin the belts is just jump painted on the waist. I totally agree with that, Master Splits. I mean, it's, it means that it's sort of like, merit badges in Boy Scouts. Like, they don't mean that you know the thing right away. That means that you did it at one time and you showed proficiency for a little while. It doesn't indicate character, right? Is, I think, the point. It also doesn't indicate that you are studious, continue to be studious about it. I think Calvin is very excited, not excited. He's very, he's driven by achievement, but he's not driven by like, look at me, I'm a red belt now, or I'm a, whatever, green, orange, yellow, blue, other. He's not driven by that as a thing, which is kind of nice. I think it's good. His studio has senior belts, and there's he's starting to get to the time where sometimes he's the senior belt in the class, and I think it's good that he's not always the senior belt in the class. The little kitten, the hang in there kitten, is so cute. I remember that when it was in every classroom. It was in all of the other, it was just ubiquitous throughout that time. So we're at 6. This would be 7 then. I'm looking to make 17 bags. So up until I calibrated the number of bags that I need I calibrated the number of bags that I needed an hour ago. So unless some folks have responded since then, that is the number of bags that I need. Okay. Sorry, I just remembered that I had something to do for Cookie Club. Speaking of delivering cookies. There we go. Hey, Eat It Dads, thanks for the gift sub to A Recipe Reborn. Appreciate you. You're welcome. Knox, hello. Welcome in. 8 now, okay. So that was 8. So we need 17. We get to 17. 17 includes the folks at the post office too. So that's 17 is the max cap, the max number. There was more folks who wanted gift subs this month and more folks who wanted credit for the merch shop. So less cookies to be sent out. But there's still several first-time winners this month, which I love. I've been saying that all along. I think one of my favorite aspects of doing Cookie Club every month has been that there's been no month where it's all repeat winners. Every single month so far has had someone new win. And I feel like oh, you're welcome. 11, of course. You're welcome. That was your Cookie Club set. I figured today's the day we're doing cookies, you know? All right, this is 10. I got it. I don't listen, who's knows? I'm gonna level with you. I appreciate the counting. It actually helps me a lot. And I'm still gonna count these though, because I need to. Just it has nothing to do with whether or not I believe you. I have to. I have to. At least I'm not counting. I'm gonna count. I'm not counting it every single time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, now I appreciate it even more that the number was correct, and I'm like, wow, okay. Anyway, we need 17 of those, so let's do a few more. What if I started doing these by weight, and I had like a microgram scale, and was like, each of these bags has to be roughly the same size? No, that's too much. Despite popular belief, I can make mistakes. I too have been known to mistake something here and there. It does happen. It happens frequently. I was wrong this morning. I mean, I wasn't wrong in a sense that I was trying to make an argument. I was wrong in that I had an assumption that was inaccurate. And once I looked it up, I was like, oh yeah, like that's how it goes. Don't die on that hill if you don't have to. Unless it's moral, then, go ahead. I was also like talking. Gwen and I were talking, and she like showed me a screenshot of something, and I was like, "That is a screenshot from Chat GPT, and is inadmissible in this conversation. Like, we're not. There's no. We can't do that. No, I'm sorry. We're not getting our facts from Chat GPT. We don't die on hills in this house. We count people on them. I mean." We try to re-educate them perhaps first. That's the, re-educate is not the best word to use. We try to educate them at all. Reprogram wouldn't surprise me. If you can admit that you were wrong, that's always good. Tatsu says I make cookie by weight, fall into 45 or 55 grams. And bake. I think we are going to make these by weight today. It says to make 1 tablespoon cookies, which I don't like. There's also no weight notations on this recipe, which I'm always skeptical about. If you have a baking recipe and it doesn't have weight on it, I am automatically going to assume that it is not as good a recipe, even if it is proven over hundreds and hundreds of comments. I'm going to assume it's somehow lesser than. Liz, welcome in. We're early. We're starting early today. When I was thinking about this the other day, when I was talking about my schedule and trying to do more regular, like Tuesday, Thursday, longer streams. Because I realized when I started streaming, I was like working at a 9 to 5 sort of at a desk regularly needed to not be live on the internet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not that I was always busy, but that if I was streaming, I was not going to be responsible for the things that I was responsible for. Anyway, sort of I've settled into more of a long form schedule, I feel like now. At least I'm trying to do a more predictable schedule with that that the stream itself is a little bit longer. Not like 3 days a week. I was doing like Monday, Wednesday, and then like Tuesday or Thursday before. Anyway, I'm still settling in. I feel like I need to do more. I want to. I'm trying to protect Tuesday and Thursday, daytime, mid-afternoon to evening as like stream time, because that's when Calvin has orchestra. So I don't need to pick him up. He's like school has him all day, which is really nice. All right, that was 14. So this would be 15, I believe. Slinka, hello. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay. 2 more then. When I'm wearing a shirt like this and I feel like it's harder. Usually I'm wearing black and there is like, if I hold up like a number or like I have my hands in front of me, I can, when I, on like the little teeny video that's on my screen, I can see like the number that I'm holding up, like 1, 2, 3, you know, I can't see my, there's like, I'm like distracting. You know who I was watching the other night? Just kind of, he wasn't even like, I was watching when he was just like chatting. I was watching Game Pass Dad, and I always am intrigued by his large green onesie, or like not onesie, like he has like a hoodie that he wears and has the like the stars and projections. I'm sure other streamers do this too, but just like, you know, the green, and it's like, you know, a separate image. Occasionally Patrick Richards will do that as well. And the background, it's a Patrick, no, Bubs does that. Stoner moment. Or have the like the background. I don't know. It's always fascinating to me. That's what I feel like today, except this is just an actual t-shirt. I would be so distracted if I was wearing a green shirt and it was just like see-through and there was like an image sort of in the background of the OBS. I couldn't deal with it. My brain would melt. Why did I even start talking about that? Oh, because I said I had 2 more bags left and then I couldn't see that I was holding up 2. Okay. 17? I feel like that might have been 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that was 17. Okay. This is all the bags that we need. We need to fill these bags. I don't know today whether or not we're going to do 2 cookies or 3, because it says to roll them into 1 tablespoon balls, which 1 tablespoon is usually small. 1 tablespoon is like generally a smaller cookie. I need 34 total cookies. The recipe says it makes 24. So I'm going to double. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make 2 versions of the recipe. I'm going to make 1 version. I already decided this is how I'm going to do this because I was looking at the numbers. My monthly counting duties have been complete. Amazing. Thank you. What I'm going to do with the recipe is I'm going to make a batch of 1, just as it is. I want to be able to see if I can double it. Volume wise, just like in the mixer, can I put that much stuff? Then I am either going to make, from that batch, I'm going to make a cookie the size that they recommend. And I'm going to see what size it is, what it looks like after it bakes. From that point, I'm going to either make another single batch if I'm making 2 cookies, or a double batch if I can fit it in the mixer, or we're going to have to make a 3rd batch. Either way is fine. These are super easy to make, step by step, from what they say. So, whatever. Let's not get confused though, because I am not making the cookies in this moment. We're gonna make popcorn first. We're gonna make popcorn first, because I need to make a big bowl of popcorn to make the packing material for these. So we're gonna do that. To do that, we need popcorn. Does not take very long, but I make it in a very what I would probably call what I feel is inefficient, but may not actually be inefficient way. In that I make it like one small pot at a time, and that's it. The one small pot is perfect though, and I know exactly how to make popcorn in it. So it's that kind of thing where I'm just doing it this way because it is the way that is most familiar. And I don't want to try to get like a larger pot and figure out how to do it. Try to figure out how to do all that with something larger. Okay, let's come over here. Let's check. All right, that works. Wow. I adjusted some of the other settings on the camera after last night too. That'll be good. Because this is only exciting once it actually starts popping. Before it starts popping, it's not. So the goal is we're just going to go through. Well, we need a towel to wipe the pot out. We need let's put the flame on. Flame on. That was a superhero reference for those of you who are into comic books. I forget which one. What is that from? Fantastic Four. As I'm waiting for this to get hot, so I poured just a little bit of olive oil in there. There's no measurements, just vibes. In terms of like how much to put in, but I'm putting the flame really low on this pot so that basically once the pot bottom heats enough, and then the oil inside the pot heats enough, it'll start to pop. Really, because this is like a heavy bottom pot, I want the bottom of the pot to just like come up to temperature. Not super fast. Like I could heat the oil in here and these would pop really well, but I want the pot to retain heat because we're gonna pop 7 or 8 pots of this pot worth of popcorn. Just a little reference of what we're doing today. We are going to fill this bowl with popcorn. And then we're going to make a little bit more because I always run out. If you're, not that you would know it. Maybe you do. But if you were one of the last like box or two that gets packed, there's less popcorn in it. There's one person who whenever they get a box of popcorn asks for a box of cookies. Has in the past asked for additional popcorn, which I find amusing and charming based on the reasoning. But we're gonna make popcorn. Let's read through this recipe while the popcorn pot is coming up to temperature. Now these are the cookies that I'm gonna make, not the popcorn. There's no recipe for popcorn. I guess there could be. Stop talking. Read the recipe. All right. These are salted honey pistachio cookies. They come from Recipe Yum. The website itself, the recipe itself leaves a little bit lacking in that it's sort of like blog style. So there's ingredients and then there's highlights, there's instructions. Like it has instructions, but like it's not laid out. It's not laid out like a typical recipe. Anyway, I selected some of the text and printed the selection. So I only have what I need here, plus some additional notes. We do need to preheat the oven though. That'd be good. Cyborg says, Wasabi the cat loves the popcorn. I leave the box out and he just snacks throughout the week when it comes. That's super cute. I love popcorn is something that cats always find amusing to play with too. Sometimes I'll walk in the kitchen in the morning and there'll just be popcorn. That is super cute. The popcorn is completely unseasoned. I don't put any butter, no salt, no nothing on it. I do use vegetable oil to pop it, but kind of in general, the oil dissipates. The oil is on each of the kernels of popcorn. Like, let's be fair, but it is it is very slight. Okay, so we're started now. I'm gonna take and basically just fill the bottom of this pan with popcorn, about a quarter cup. Basically, I want a little bit more than a quarter cup of popcorn. And I am turning this down a little bit, so we're like almost at 2. I want this to be pretty low now. So we're going to take that and turn it all the way down to like 1. We're going to let that pop. Okay. While we're waiting for that to pop, which is far more interesting than watching me read. And also, this is like a much better camera, and you can like see it. I'm just excited. Sorry, can you tell? For the cookies, 1 cup of unsalted butter, softened. So 1 cup is half, 2 sticks of butter. So I immediately need to get out more butter. I thought it was less. I thought it was less butter than that. Whoops. That's okay. We're going to make a second batch, and that's going to come in just a little bit, so it's okay. Mix, hello. Boris, hello. Welcome in. Mix, I feel like I just summoned you because I was talking about the popcorn and how some folks like it when there's more popcorn in the boxes. Low, a mixed Phoenix dog arrives. Subscription popcorn service. So, I mean, popcorn's funny because it's so easy to make, and then you like add stuff to it. Sharing the goodies is always welcomed. A cup of unsalted butter, softened. So I do have butter that's been out on the counter for a while, and then I have these other ones that they were in the fridge. They were in the fridge, so they're pretty well softened anyway. They were also in my bag. I bought them at Reading Terminal this morning when I went to Reading Terminal, so they were not in the fridge for a very long time. Butter, granulated sugar, which I have. 1/3 cup of honey. I bought some new honey for our cookies today because I needed new honey anyway for the house, so why not? Especially if I'm going to use an entire cup of it, I might as well get a new thing of honey. All right, I think I turned this down a little too much. This should, maybe not. All right. This is also, to be fair, this is really crappy popcorn. Like, this is the store brand, like, value pop, whatever. 1 large egg. Do I need to add the egg? I maybe should add the egg to this when it is also room temperature, but it says to cool these down for like 30 minutes. Chill the dough for like 30, so maybe let's not do that. Not and Getty, welcome in. Moving on for the ingredients, just to get through those. A teaspoon of vanilla extract. I bought some new, again, I needed vanilla. I have clear imitation vanilla. which is so significantly cheaper than vanilla extract that it's not even funny. And recently I've been hearing or just like seeing a lot. Our friend Megan, friend of the stream, Megan Spawn, mentioned, I forget what it was. There's something on her Substack recently that about using imitation vanilla, and like no one will notice. Like don't buy like real vanilla extract if you can just get like imitation vanilla. It's for like baking, unless you like really need to. Anyway, trade secret, save like $15 doing that. Baking soda, salt, and 1 cup of shelled pistachios, roasted and coarsely chopped. So we're definitely going to do that. For the topping, it says sea salt and honey, which is optional for drizzling. I'm gonna put some honey on the top of one of these and see how it goes, because if it's too sticky, I won't be able to package it. It like won't be good for packaging. So I might not put the honey on top. Anyway, preheat the oven to 350. Let's do that now. We got some pops popping. Mix, that's super cute. I love all of our like animal friends of the stream who have enjoyed popcorn in the past. Sugared like the chocolate ones. That might be good. It has salt on the top of it, so it calls for adding sea salt when it comes right when it comes out of the oven. I might put the salt. I think I'm going to put the salt in there actually, no, I can't do that. I was going to say, I love when I make shortbread cookies, putting the salt on top, but you can't put the salt on top of a cookie that's in a ball. So I'm just kind of giving these a shake, making sure the kernels go back down to the bottom. Sugar first, salt after. Yeah, I could roll these in some type of sugar. I'll see. I feel like the additional honey, the comment, there was some commentary in the recipe that said that was like honey is fine or don't. There's honey in the cookies too, though, so like you're not losing honey flavor.
Our struggle as artists isn't about
Real vanilla. Tatsu says real vanilla is only noticeable in ice cream, vanilla, custard, and vanilla cookies. Unless it's the only flavor, no one will know. Right.
inside of ourselves.
Right. Exactly. That's the point. It's like when you're adding a teaspoon of vanilla to something, it does not need to be the real one. And
Perception of self.
there's talking in this song. I have to skip it. I'm sorry.
Isn't necessarily
There's like subtle talking in the background. I was in the car with Gwen this morning, and she was saying something, and the radio was on, and like TikTok was going, and she was like talking, and I short circuited, and I was like, I couldn't hear anything, like none of the words from anybody. There's just too much noise. Anyway, a little fun fact. But we could sugar the top. I could sugar that. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to add complexity to it either. Part of the reason I liked these cookies was they looked good being pretty simple. What I could do is take some sugar from, I could take some of that, like, sugar in the raw, like just the raw, like heavy grain sugar, and mix it with some honey, just like we did with the bourbon for those other cookies. Is that it? I feel like there should be more popcorn. These are very small kernels, though. So I think we should stop. Oh, nope. I got a couple more. Okay. Still going. We're waiting. Are we doing it? Looks best. Leave that. Okay, I feel like that is good. Is this enough heat to melt the camera? No. Kathy, welcome. Yeah, there's a few kernels in there. Like 3 or 4. Not that many. That's fine. 3 or 4 kernels. These are, again, this is like not the best popcorn. Yeah, who knows? You gotta be judicious with your vanilla. I think that's the right move. If it's something special, then go ahead and use regular, real vanilla extract. Use the good chocolate too while you're at it. Use the sea salt on top. I feel like there's obviously times and good places to use those things. So I'm trying to spread out right now before they start popping. I want to spread out the kernels sort of as much as possible on the bottoms. They all start heating up at the same basic pace. So like right now, I'm not touching. I'm going to try not to touch this again until we have a pop. Okay. So this also calls for 2 tablespoons of honey drizzle across 24 cookies, which is like not that much honey. So I may just drizzle it in. I may drizzle it on when it's like warm, because then it'll probably soak in a little bit. We'll see. I'm going to try like a test batch of like 2 or 3 cookies. And we're gonna make like a small one, a medium one. We're gonna make one the weight that it says, and then we're gonna make one a little bit larger or smaller, depending on the size of that one. And I think I'll try one of them with a little bit of honey drizzle on the top, just like a little teeny tiny bit, and then the other one without. And if it improves it a ton, then we'll leave it on. Or then we'll do it, and I'll just package it, because like whatever, if it's in the plastic. I could also always just take a strip of parchment paper and put that over the top so it doesn't stick to the plastic. But then you ruin the appearance, which is not what we're going for. So if this stuff wasn't so expensive, exactly, who knows? It is. Yes. Yeah, I was in the Head Nut this morning, and I was like, do y'all have imitation vanilla? And he was like, nah, we got this. And he like, the guy gave me a glass bottle of like really nice vanilla extract. And I was like, no. And I like looked over on the shelf. I was like, let me see. I was like, what's that one? What's that bottle like all the way over there, like the clear one? And he was like, oh, good eyes. And I was like, yeah, I can see a low price. When I'm looking for one. Okay. It also says one of the notes on the recipe was to go ahead and toast the pistachios. So we're going to do that as well. Make the cookie dough. Preheat the oven. Line 2 baking sheets with parchment. Cream the butter and sugar. Add the honey and egg. Mix them in. Add the vanilla extract until fully incorporated, it says. Combine the dry ingredients. In a separate bowl, whisk together the flour, baking soda, and salt. Mix the wet and the dry ingredients. Gradually add the dry ingredients to the wet mixture, stirring until a dough forms. Fold in the pistachios. Gently fold in the chopped pistachios until evenly distributed in the dough. Chill for 30 minutes. Shape the dough. Tablespoon-sized portions of dough and roll them into balls. Place them on the prepared baking sheet, spacing them about 2 inches apart. So you're expecting these cookies to grow pretty well. Yeah, they're expecting these to grow. I mean, if you're 2 inches on each side. Then it says to flatten the dough. Gently press each dough ball with the back of a spoon to flatten slightly. Aha! Okay. I can salt, because you're flattening these, you can salt them. I can salt them ahead of time, which would be nice. Because then it will like get stuck in the dough. That's my issue. Sometimes when you are salting something, it just kind of rolls off depending on how late you get it on. Anyway, bake the cookies. Bake for 12 to 15 minutes until the edges are golden brown. Cool on the baking sheet for 5 minutes, then transfer to a wire rack to cool completely. Add the topping. Sprinkle the salt while the cookies are still warm. Sprinkle the coarse sea salt over the top of each cookie. Drizzle honey, optional. For added sweetness, drizzle a little honey over the cookies once they are cool, it says. once they're cool. So we're gonna make a bunch of cookies this afternoon. That should go about as well as it always does. And then we'll package those. We'll make them. We'll let them cool. We'll package them. I'm not going to package them in the boxes on stream because those boxes all have addresses on them, and we're not going to do that because that would be really bad. But the boxes are ready. The boxes are ready. All the stuff that goes in the boxes is ready to go. After this popcorn's done, the only thing that will not be ready to go are the cookies. So, we're gonna make those, and then we're gonna make dinner. Who's noticed this? Sometimes I'll buy stuff just because of the bottle. No, agreed. They are pretty. Packaging is a powerful motivator. The pistachio arc baker, right? I have been on a pistachio arc now for a little while, and it's going great. TBH. Okay, we are going to take our first break of stream while popcorn is popping, because I will leave the popcorn on the camera there, and then we'll do words on stream break for our break. We're going to do that. Let's do that now. Actually, let me dump this popcorn, and then we'll take a words on stream break, because this one's about to be finished, and the popcorn should take roughly about 1 minute, or roughly about 3 minutes to finish. So that'll be a perfect little break time, a little break time activity, camera activity. And maybe I'll play words on stream today, because the dishwasher is totally empty, the sink is totally empty. I don't have anything to do at the moment. Who's this says, but I noticed that in Discord for your Saturday stream it says Tuesday 4/12. Oh, yes. That's because I use copy and paste for things, and I well, you see, I know exactly what happened there. I copied the one directly above it, and then this didn't change the day. That is a helpful note. Thank you. I have just made that adjustment. I do that frequently, y'all. That type of mistake happens, and I always appreciate folks letting me know, because it makes it look so friggin' amateur when I do shit like that. But it's just because we're all human, and I appreciate it. Shayna also points out regularly when I've missed, when I forget to dot the I's and cross the T's. Specifically, Shayna points out often when I forget to update the thing that's at the top up here, that little title thing that's up there. Because I definitely do that. That's like one of the last things I update before I go live, and sometimes I don't. All right, we're gonna do a quick break now for some words on stream. Okay. I figured as much, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say anything. Well, I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. All right, we're gonna take a little words on stream break here. Here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes an ad. If you're on Twitch, we're gonna get a 3-minute ad. If you're on YouTube, you don't get an ad. We'll see you in a moment. Okay, bye.
Hi.
All right.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
What? Words. Oh wait, I'm still looking at. Hold on, Discord. I don't even have OBS open on my computer. I mean, it's obviously open. I'm streaming. Ah! How do I do this? There it is. Okay, we got it. Sheesh. Dude Mesa, welcome in. Dude Mesa, maybe you can hear me, maybe you can't hear me, because we're running an ad break in the moment. But if you can hear me, hello, and if not, I'll say hi again. Uh, Colt. Colt is a good one. Lots of C's. C O. Now, nice. Command board in chat. We did one. Yeah, very good. Don't worry if you also put command board in chat. There's a 30-minute, 30. I think it's a 30-second cooldown. I feel like I'm gonna actually set the while I'm doing this, I'm gonna set the command for that to be a cooldown of 1 minute. Okay, done. Hmm. Hmm. Almost there. I've contributed nothing. All right. We got 2 left, 1 left. Oh shit! So close. So close on that one. So close on that one. All right. Welcome back. Thank you for. There it is. Whoa, that is super close on the popcorn. We don't need to be that. Speaking of so close. Whoops. All right, here we go. Look at that. That popcorn was perfect. That was like 3 minutes. Kathy! Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 6 month. The 6 month worth of resub. Amazing. Kathy, that's free cookies in April. That's free. That's cookies. Grow popcorn shot. All right. The ads popped up. That'll happen. Hey, if you just sat through an ad and you were like, I don't like that. Don't do that again. You too can hit the Prime subscription button and get a free subscription on Amazon Daddy's account. And wouldn't that be lovely? There's a button on the screen. It's probably like, if you look at my hand on the screen right now, it's probably somewhere like right around here on the video itself. I think there's a button. You can click that. You can click that. I'll thank you later when you do it. All right, this popcorn looks about right. We're now like cruising. We're now in cruising mode with the popcorn. Not like that kind of cruising mode. Slow down. We're in cruising mode wherein the popcorn, the pot is nice and hot. The stove is at like the perfect temperature for getting this cooked the right way. And we are just making popcorn. Woo! Okay. While that's going on, Crumbleish, Michael, welcome in. Good to have you. We're making popcorn right now. But really, what we're doing is we're creating packing material for our cookie club. So, while yes, this is indeed popcorn, it is not for eating. Not today, anyway. Although I do make popcorn in or somewhat some frequency. Calvin and Gwen watched Moana 2 over the weekend, and I made popcorn for them. Been lurking since starting, but I've not had my headphones on. That is appreciated. Any type of lurking is always appreciated. Love lurkers. If you are a lurker and you're listening to me and like, hey, that's me, thanks. Y'all are great. Honestly, I'm a lurker myself on Twitch. I don't often chat. But I do often watch streams. Twitch is probably my main form of entertainment. One of my favorite things is seeing folks from this chat throughout Twitch. Who did I see? I saw someone the other day. I was in some random stream that I just came across, and I was like, oh, hey, that person. But I didn't say hi. Always like food and drink streams are one thing. Like there's a lot of folks who overlap because like our community stays not small, but there is a lot of like overlap of names and interests. If you're interested in watching one person cook and talk, you might be maybe interested in watching another person cook and talk. It's kind of how it works, right? Gaming's the same way. So a lot of the food and drink, there's a lot of overlap in food and drink, which is why I love getting to hang out in food and drink streams too, because it is a nice little community. Remember, I have a little left over from previous. What was that from? That was from the food fight. Is it still? I don't know how long it. I don't know. I don't know if it expires. I know it expires, but I don't know what the term limit or no, sorry. I don't know what the expiration length is on it. Oh yeah, Dude and Mesa. Yes, Dude and Mesa, you're someone I've seen in like several other streams that were not food related. I feel like that exact thing, like the glass blowing shit like that. Man, I'll just watch that because that is fascinating to me. I love watching it on YouTube. Like those are the types of videos where it's like 30 minutes of amazing glass being blown. That type of video, right? But I love watching it live too because it's fun. It's fun to watch people like not mess up, but it's fun to watch people like do the thing IRL. Who knows? These are my house shoes, by the way. These are like, I would just wear these in the house. These are, when I get home, I take my outside shoes off and my Crocs are my indoor shoes. I may take the garbage out with them. I don't think I've ever walked anywhere with them. That's not true. I also take them camping with me. They're my shower shoes when I'm camping. All over Twitch. Dude and Mesa, yeah, that's good though. That's like, it's good to have variety. I also feel like some folks are like power lurkers, right? Some folks spend a lot of the day on Twitch. Whether they're chatting or not, they spend a lot of the day there. And then there's some folks that have, one or two, maybe three streamers that they watch regularly. And that's kind of it. I feel like food and drink sometimes gets folks like that, where it's like, hey, I watch you and this other person, but then I don't really do much else, And I can understand that completely too, because depending on how your schedule is, if you're like, I'm online at this time of day, Gwen just texted me. She just texted me and asked what was for dinner. Best Buy date is over a year. Got it. Okay, cool. That is Best Buy 90 Spice. Yeah, it's definitely not a year old. So I would love to put it on popcorn, but this popcorn is all packing material for our cookie club this month. Mix you're a power lurker. Yeah. 4,300 hours. There's a lot of time. That's like a lot of that's like different channels too, which is nice. I don't think you could stream 4,300 hours in a year as an individual. Twitch is running at least 12 hours a day in one tab in my house. I don't watch 12 hours a day, but I do support streamers. Yeah, and that's valid too. I love leaving. When I leave the house, if I was watching somebody, I always leave that stream on. Like, I just leave it open, leave it tabbed, like, because that's like, if you can do something, do that. And that's helpful no matter what. Numbers aren't everything, but like that type of like just leaving someone tabbed is super nice. Mick says you had to always have the radio on in the house, and Twitch is your radio. Same. We didn't always have the radio on, but I do have a history of like music on, baseball games on. When I was a kid, I listened to a lot of baseball. I still listen to baseball quite a bit. I listened to the entire Orioles game last night. I think they won. I don't know. I don't know who pitched. I don't know who played, but I listened to the game. And I know that there was some like, I don't know, last minute heroics or something. Satsu says, I'll leave it on if I leave the house for a short while or in the background while doing other stuff. Yeah, totally. Mostly what I do is I have a laptop, and I will take my laptop around the house while I'm doing other stuff. And I just like have it on I have it on in the background. Again, it's why I love DJ streams, and it's why I appreciate streams where people are having a conversation or talking, as opposed to, like I love just chatting streams, like for that reason. Because if I don't know the game that you're playing, like part of the reason I don't go onto gaming Twitch much is because I'll play a lot of games. And like, if I don't know the game you're playing, a third of what you're saying, it isn't sinking in for me. So there's like that aspect of it as well. But I love cooking streams. I love music. I love crafting and making streams. Those are always great. 87 to 2008 had the radio on. What? Damn, Mix. Those are some great batteries on that radio. Yuck. Yeah. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. Didn't even get turned off at night, just turned down. Wow. I bet it would still work. Baker, background yapping? Yeah, I love the conversations though. That's the thing. Like podcasts, to me, I will listen to a couple podcasts every once in a while, but I don't some people have podcasts on throughout the day for their talk. I can't, because I don't know, I can't do that. I like streaming because you can sort of hop into a conversation and hop out of it if you need to, from the viewer's perspective, right? Like you don't stay for the whole stream. It's rare to have some people who like stay the entire stream all the time, like that's not a regular thing, nor is it an expectation of anybody who's a streamer, or at least you shouldn't have that expectation of viewers. Anyway, but I like that you can sort of tune in and tune out, whereas a podcast, you kind of have to, I don't know, you can't just jump in the middle of it. They don't restart the conversation. Audiobooks, Twinderella, hell yeah. I love an audiobook, but if I'm going on and around, I also need something I can ignore. I also need some entertainment that I don't have to tune into completely, right? And for me, an audiobook is something where I want to listen. 14 hours a day, but I know what you mean. First good radio purchase in the 70s. That was, I would say, a great investment. DJ Harley, welcome in. Good afternoon. Baker, yeah, back and forth. I feel like part of when I was sitting at a computer regularly throughout the day as a facet of like work, I would usually have like two streams, three sometimes, pulled up, and I would either be watching and listening, or I'm usually like listening. I'm very rarely watching 100% of the time. I watch streams at night. I don't actually watch streams. If I'm in someone's stream during the day, I'm like audio only. But if I'm watching at nighttime, I'll put something on the TV. Like I'll put a stream on the TV. And have that be like the entertainment for the evening. And so I'll watch that if someone's playing or, doing something interesting. Absolutely not. You can have the radio when I'm dead. If your mother isn't using it. As we've established, it's not being used. So that feels like I know the answer. Krem says, I used to listen to audiobooks in the car and I don't always catch what's being said, but I would play them over and over and you'd be surprised what you pick up without realizing it. True. I do the same thing. If I'm listening to a book and I realize I've missed something, I'll go back like 5 to 10 minutes in the book to the part where I definitely remember what was happening. And sometimes I agree with you. Sometimes you're just like, oh yeah, I did hear that. Certain books that remind me of certain places, Twindrella says, like certain areas of the world in World of Warcraft instantly make me think of specific parts of Ready Player One. That's a wild association to make, Twindrella. Not that that's like wild, not that that's abnormal, but it's like, it's just funny that that's the move. All right, this is now just a popcorn stream. Sorry. I also recognize, I really, see, this is where I wish I had, one of the things that I really want to do, admin things, is work on sound. I'm talking about audiobooks. I'd love to be able to put the second microphone like over by the stove and just have like popcorn sounds happening right now. But I don't, and there won't be popcorn sounds. Motivational. 99% of my audiobooks are motivational or business type books. That makes sense. Well, yeah, and even for me, that's the type of thing that I would want to listen to like with a notebook and be like, okay, like I'm taking notes here. I'm studious. But I feel you for like, hey, if I just want to like listen to something, if you think about a book, like one of those types of books as long form podcasts, which is kind of how I consider them, I feel like that then you can just like half listen to it and like, yeah, you pick up something, you pick up a little from this and a little from that, but you don't need to absorb like the whole full scope of the book. For me, if I'm reading fiction, I don't want to be doing anything else but like listening to that book and something mindless like driving. Driving's not mindless, but like you're not doing much else, especially if no one else is in the car. So good. Audiobooks in the car alone on like a long form drive, the best. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Cinderella is almost all thrillers. Okay, mixes on a big memoir kick. What are we all reading? My plan was to listen to them over and over as I drove around to pick up the entire thing over time. Totally, yeah, and that's reasonable. That is very reasonable. When I'm saying the words as I say them, I've heard it enough. I mean, and if you're reading for the purpose of growth and education and enlightenment, for lack of a better term, that makes sense. I get frustrated when I read, when I'm like, if I'm doing a book on tape and I miss something for a while, especially fiction, you have to go back, because if I don't understand part of the plot, like part of where the narrative comes from. So I feel like it's very kind of similar. You want to absorb it all. I love putting on an audiobook in my headphones and then not even cleaning, just tidying the house for like several hours. If I get like 3 or 4 hours of time on a weekend where I'm just like in a tidy the house mode, that's when I make some like big progress in an audiobook. I keep trying to get back into the Stephen King Dark Tower series. I've had so many people tell me they like it, and I just like can't get through the second book for some reason. It's not even like a mental thing. It's I keep running up against like not having time to read the book for days and days at a time, and then I like lose the narrative thread. Nick says, I like the Wise Book of Wise for driving because it kind of plays like a radio show. Those are good. I think like I said, I feel like I consider audiobooks, some of them anyway, especially nonfiction ones, I consider them like long form podcasts more than anything. Like I listen to some parenting books, that type of thing. And that's where like I'll listen to that while I'm walking to the store, while I'm, out and about in the city. If it's daytime when I have my headphones in, I don't wear my headphones at night, but if it's daytime, I will. And it sort of just plays in the background. And sometimes I pick up something, or sometimes there'll be like a little ways into a subject and I'll be like, oh, that sounds really interesting. I should go back, and I'll like start the chapter again. But all right, we're working on popcorn today. This is this is just packing material. While this popcorn is going, let's see. We should get started on these cookies because I'm sort of just in a standstill moment now, waiting for this popcorn. I thought it would be done a little quicker than it is, but it's not. So, also this particular popcorn is smaller. The stuff that I have in here right now will yield larger, fluffier pops because it's better quality. We were saying whatever. This is a oh my god. This is like popcorn that was good, like from where did I get this? I got that at Shady Maple. So this is like good popcorn. I ran out of crappy popcorn. I thought I had more. Okay, but let's get started on these cookies. Let me wash my hands real quick. And then we'll get moving. So again, with these, I'm going to make one batch. I'm going to make one batch, and then I'm going to pull off like 2 or 3 cookies worth of dough. And put those in the oven straight away. I'm going to bake those like right away. I'm probably going to end up making a triple batch of these because I feel like I want because I have the ingredients for a triple batch, and like they're just cookies. I've been craving cookies recently. Like the other day I made a couple of the cookies out of the freezer bag, like the freezer stash, and it was like, oh my god, so good. It was exactly what I wanted those cookies in the freezer for. This was like I turned the oven on at like 11 o'clock at night, and I was like, cookie time. All right. Mick says, I'll never not laugh at that, as Shady Maple is the raw dog food place we get our dog food from. It is the largest buffet in the United States, in addition to being your dog food provider. Krem says the average person spends 250 hours a year in their car. God, how much can you learn in your car? Yeah, I mean, seriously though, that's a lot of time spent in the car. I absolutely do not average anywhere near that. Shady Pines from the Golden Girls. Dan, I love that. That's great. Creaming together the butter and the sugar. So first, get our mixer out. The other thing that I can do, total non sequiturs. The other thing I can do now that this camera is different and more functional is stuff like I'd like to someday very soon clean out my baking closet. A cabinet. It's not really a closet, it's a cabinet. And like I could use that as the camera for that instead of this main thing. How many hours do I spend in that car a day? 0. I don't drive. I have a license and I do drive like regularly enough, but Zero. I don't drive really anywhere. I've been driving, that's not true. I've been driving Calvin to school when it's been either cold or rainy, and now it's become sort of like a habit that I'd like to get out of. Uh, but functionally, for time wise, that's like less than 10 minutes. So I don't know. I don't really count that so much. On a weekly basis, I might drive for 30 minutes to an hour if I have to like run an errand on the weekends. That's it. That's it though. I don't otherwise drive. We're creaming together the butter, 1 cup of butter, that's 2 sticks, right? Correct? Half a cup, 8 tablespoons. 8 tablespoons per stick, that's 2 sticks. 2 halves make a whole. So does a shovel. But yeah, very little time in the car. 45 minutes a day to drive back and forth to work is almost 200 hours alone. Yeah, that's a hell of a long time to have to be in the car. Over the summer, I drive more regularly when I'm taking Calvin to and from camp. That is only 9 weeks, though. DJ Harley knows about the Golden Girls. I'm not as familiar with the Shady Pines from the Golden Girls. That's not the association that I make, but I love that y'all do. Mix, I agree with you. I feel like you should be able. Yeah, I think it would be great if you could just be like, let me take that final. When I was in college, I had a professor for the computer science. This was the computer science degree. Computer science class. I don't have a degree in computer science. The computer science class was a class that you took freshman year, and it was like this was 2002, so the overall like complexity of computer science at that point was still like, you know, how do you do these things in Excel, right? How do you like, I don't know, open a tab, that kind of shit. Anyway, that class, they did let you take the exam. There was one professor in the university that was like, I can't, they were like, you got to take the midterm and you got to take the final, but you don't have to come to class. If you think you can pass, just show up for those tests. And I did, and I got an A. Because gosh. Krebs says I graduated in 85. I'm so old. You're seasoned. What's the word? Oh God. We'll stay with seasoned. I was gonna say another word. That was extremely positive in a culinary sense, but now I have to say it. I was gonna say fermented, which is like amazing. It's such a great process, but like we're gonna go with seasoned. Oh God, embarrassing. Look at the popcorn. Hey, here it is. Just kidding. That's a towel. So this popcorn's a little larger than the other ones. Stick with seasoned, right? I was like, no, fermented's not the word we want to use there. But I was thinking about, like, you know, obviously the peaches. Dan got the memo. Okay. More popcorn. So again, I'm literally filling this bowl. So I haven't shown you the bowl yet. It's in the background. But like, here's the bowl. It's sitting on the stove. We're almost there. Almost full. I'm slowly filling up the popcorn. Okay, half a cup of granulated sugar, half a cup Let's go to the fridge. Granulated sugar, 1 cup, 198 ounces. That means that so 1 cup is 198. That means that half a cup is 99. 99 grams of sugar. A third a cup of honey. How the hell much is honey? Let me see if this one has a grams thing on it. 1 tablespoon is 21 grams. Perfect. Perfect. A third a cup of honey is 5 tablespoons. So that's 105 grams. 1 large egg. We don't need a measurement for that. 2 cups of all-purpose flour. 1 cup of all-purpose flour is 142 grams. That means that 2 cups is 284. Baking soda and salt are half a teaspoon and a quarter teaspoon respectively. We're not going to measure those. So, okay, we have all the gram measurements we need. Let's do the sugar. We'll get the sugar in here. Then I'm going to measure the dries. Oh, then I want to toast the pecans. Come, enjoy your lurk. I hope you have a good afternoon. Mick says, my dad was talking about the varsity cheer competition at Queens in 1969 the other day, and I was like, wow, Dad, sounds like your summer of 69 was fun. He said, actually, yeah, it was a pretty fitting song. I feel like Dad, Mix, I want to know all the thoughts that came right behind that statement. Who's this? I only got my 4-year degree like 2 years ago. A triple major, whenever that comes up, people think I'm crazy. I mean, does it take a lot? How much longer does it take to do that? Mixie says, I'm going to try to grow peach trees again this year. Coming winter, right? Nice. Good luck. Do you sprout those from... Do you, like, send away for seeds, or do you just, like, try to sprout the seeds that you get throughout the season? Maka Waka, welcome in. Good to have you. Hold on. My scale went off while I'm talking. That's how long I've been talking. Yeesh. We're never going to get these cookies done. Okay. What do they say? Sugar? 99 grams of sugar. Let's go ahead and not do this by pouring it in. We're going to do this by scooping it, because if I pour this in, it's going to end up being too much. 60, 85. Okay, we'll do it. This scoop will do it. 99. Perfect. Let's get a little cup for utensils, tools. And I'm not gonna fully close up any of this stuff because it is still going to be used for another batch. Four years, so the average. That's great. That is right on track with any other 4-year degree, and you happen to have gotten 2 more of them, which is pretty great. Seeds from local fruit for your peach trees mix. Got it. Good. That sounds good. I kind of like the using like seeds that you come across throughout the year situation. I think that's kind of fun. I'm assuming that you can just buy peach seeds from like a catalog though, right? Okay, so we're creaming together the butter and the sugar, then we're adding the honey and the egg. I'm gonna get 3 eggs out because I'm probably gonna make a triple batch of this. If this fits in the, well, here's the deal. If this fits in, if I can make a double batch in this bowl, I'm gonna make a double batch for the next one because I can just freeze the cookie balls and then have them in the fridge for later for any of the ones that I don't actually use. Okay, honey is here. Eggs are there. Vanilla extract comes in there. Let's move this butter off to the side because that's going to be for the other batches. 2 cups, 284 grams of all-purpose flour. We got some new flour and new sugar today. Who's knows used your elective credits to put toward other major requirements. Almost a quad major, but not many internships. Oh God, that's so much work. That's a lot though. Good for you for like figuring out the Plinko board of what to take to make that all work. Mixes for the peach trees, you can buy seedlings or saplings. Okay, so you're not necessarily just buying like a peach pit from a seed. I was thinking of like seed catalogs. Flour. So I'm mixing 284 grams of flour. Let's do that with a scoop here. $273. 84. 284. Where's that cup? There it is. The grafted stalk of a stronger plant. Yeah, and I've bought. I had a citrus tree before, and that's how I got it. It died, but it lived for a while. Never bore any fruit, but it wasn't supposed to. Kathy, enjoy your meeting. I hope you exit your meeting with 0 additional responsibilities, having received only positive feedback from your peers. Megan, good day. Welcome in. Making the charts was satisfying. I believe it. It feels like it would be. Baking soda, salt. Where's that salt? Oh, salt. I don't want to get. Let's use the. Hold on. Let me get some salt that is not in my little salt cup. We'll put it in the salt cup afterward, but let's just get some like regular salt. There we go. All right, so a quarter teaspoon salt. 1/4 teaspoon. Half a teaspoon of baking soda. Right? 1/2 of a teaspoon. This is baking soda, not powder. Confirmed. Baking soda. I'm just gonna whisk that together. Pistachios. Okay, I'm gonna roast. Let's roast the pistachios now. We're not quite at the making of the cookie just yet because I want to roast pistachios before I roast the pistachio. The pistachios only need to roast for. They only need to roast for 8 or 9 minutes, I think. Not that long. So let's do that first. But I want to. I've learned my lesson here with previous pistachio experiences insofar as I need to lay these pistachios out and check them for shelling. It is mixed. It's hard to get stone fruit to grow. I've never tried to like do that with a peach pit. So that makes sense. It makes sense that there's like a more appropriate process with grafting, etc. Baker says there's some cold hardy citrus out there like calamondine or flying dragon fruit. Loved having the smell of calamondine in the house year round. That does sound super pleasant. I had an orange tree, or no, it was a lemon tree. But it just was like, it didn't have any. There was no actual fruit on it. 1 cup of shelled pistachios. So I'm assuming that we're going to triple this recipe. So I am going to use 3 cups of shelled pistachios. I have what I think might be 3 cups here. But if not, I have an additional bag of pistachios in the cabinet. So no weight on these. These are just cups. So we're going to roast these, and then I'm going to chop them. And then we'll be able to go. We'll be able to finish. Then we'll be able to make cookies. We're getting there. All right, perfect. Hey, look at that. That was some good ordering on my part. Proud of that one. Only a few left. Should have just poured the whole thing on the tray. Words are hard everywhere, Baker. It happens. I totally agree. I think if you can use your mix, I'm just kind of piggybacking off of your conversation there. I think if you can use your electives, let me wash my hands. I think if you can use your electives to not just do something that's like a requirement to graduate, but do something that like farthers your interests, that makes sense. I did not really do that. I used extracurriculars to farther my interests. I did not use formal academics for that, for better or for worse. Okay, almost done with this round of popcorn. We're making popcorn till the bowl is full. Usually I do this while I'm like doing other things in the kitchen, so that is good. Okay, so I just washed my hands. Basically, what happened when I made the pistachio butter before, I didn't do this, which is the same process that one would do with like beans, right? Looking for rocks in beans, except for looking for shells on these pistachios. And when I made the pistachio butter, some of them, there was a couple shells in them, and they ended up being annoying. It made it annoying to eat. Like, they weren't harmful, they are very hard, but it made it annoying to eat because you were like sort of expecting a shell after that. So I'm doing my best to try to avoid that. Whoa, hold on. Popcorn, stop popping. I feel like I burned the bottom of that one. Nope. Whoa! Popcorn shooting across the room. Great. One more pause. Forensic psychology? Who's nice? That feels like you could get a job like consulting on like TV shows. Right? Isn't that like the thing that's always the exciting job on those like dramas, cop dramas, etc. Ports, welcome in. Good evening to you. Good to have you. All right, we're making popcorn here. Making popcorn and checking for shells in our pistachios. For those of y'all who are joining, maybe new potential folks out there on the internet lurking, have not said hi yet. Maybe folks who don't want to say hi at all, because maybe you're like me and you don't want to be perceived. Feel free to hit the follow button if you're just hanging out. Follows are silent. No one knows when you follow. There's no alerts in chat. There's no sounds, and I'm not going to say hi to you until you say hi first in chat. So welcome to any folks out there in the world doing your little lurk thing today. Appreciate you. All right. Some of these all look generally pretty good. Last time I did it said 35. Interesting. Should be consecutive. I can always, if I know I've said this before, but if folks are concerned about their check-in numbers, I'm always I can look them up. It's difficult to look up the individual numbers. They are in a database somewhere. That is the database that tells you the number that it spits out. Yeah, and I don't know if it does the same. I'm assuming for the IRL streams, it's this. I mean, I'm using the same bot. It's been the same bot for a very long time, same data file. So sometimes things just don't write correctly, or don't. Sometimes the stream crashes twice in one stream, and everybody gets to check in three additional times. So if you want, I can stop streaming, and I'll just start the stream again, and we can all check in again. That would be unnecessary, though. Bonus check-ins are fun. Wait, why did that? Wow, fudge drawing. It took that bot. The bot took like several seconds to respond to you. That is interesting. Oh, ports. Yeah, the database. No, it should. From an engineering perspective, it's not your name that it's looking at. It's your Twitch ID, which never changes. It shouldn't be that. But I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Your technical Twitch number never changes. Your user ID, I believe, is what it's called. Okay, pistachios are great. I didn't see any like egregious shelves, but no warranties if you happen to find a shell in your cookies. My bad. 2 years, 6 months, 29 days, 20 hours, ports. That's a long time. Holy shit. That's almost the entire time I've been streaming. All right, we're going to pop those in the oven. Yeah, ports, you've been around for a while. You have had several name changes. Can you imagine if I only remembered the command 33 times? Well, I mean, maybe. Honestly, it's also, let's see. I started that command. The check-in command was started on April 20th, 2023. So it's almost 2 years old. It's not as old as the stream. So we didn't have it for a long time. So there's also that. That's why I have the date in the thing. Oh, timer, set a timer. Set a timer, Lou. These are your only pistachios. Hey, I had timers counting up from last night. I don't remember what these were for, but they're still in the drawer counting. One of them is 20 and a half hours ago. Oh, sad to see a timer go when it's been counting up like that. The other day, Calvin was like, I set a stopwatch on my watch. He has a Fitbit. He's like, I set a stopwatch on my Fitbit, and I'm gonna forget about it, and I'm gonna be excited when I look at it later. And I was like, okay. And damned if the next day he wasn't like, I just remembered I had a stopwatch, and is it 23 hours? And I was like, amazing. And then it reset back to 0 when it hit 24, and he was disappointed. What percentage of the nuts you tried to roast have you burnt? I definitely burnt. I don't think I've burnt pistachios yet, but like lifetime burning nuts, I've definitely burnt walnuts and pecans multiple times on this stream. Several times I've just like left them in there for like 20 or 30 minutes and pulled them out, and they were just like smoked and dusted. And So I'm aware that that happens. I'm also aware that pecans take less time to toast than walnuts or pecans. So I'm setting, did I say pecans take less time to toast than walnuts or pecans? I don't know. Pecans, I can't, pistachio and pecans start with the same letter, y'all. I'm sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it. Anyway, pistachios take less time. So 5 minutes at a clip, just 5, 5, 5. We're going to keep moving in that direction. Okay. These are also going to toast. They're going to get toasted, chopped pistachios. Woo! Did you have the science news about the direwolf cubs? I did. I heard that on my local AM news radio station this morning. Speaking of radio and news, I did hear that. It seems fun. I mean, it's incredible that they're like, hey, let's just take this thing that's getting extinct and make it alive again. And you're like, oh, okay, this seems normal. This seems healthy. I did hear the news. I was like, I was like, I know that we can, but should we? Right? The should we is always the like existential question. The can we is a resounding apparently. Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's for the I was gonna say the live action Game of Thrones show, but like that was live action. But like the animals weren't, so maybe. For mammoths. I've heard about that ports. I've heard that they're trying to like clone woolly mammoths, which is wild to me. The nebulous they. The they that everyone always talks about. People are like, I don't like pronouns, and then they're like they're always trying to get me to use pronouns. Like who's trying to get you to use pronouns? So they are? Oh, okay. Got it. Anyway, kept seeing the thumbnail and had to check in. I love science streams. Their streams are they're so interesting. Like, and I appreciate that they cover like topical, like her contemporary topical stuff. It makes it interesting. The they is almost quite the same as the man. I know. The nebulous they that's always the enemy, right? They're coming to take your freedom. Okay. Settle down, Grandma. Yikes. Ooh, I almost just launched into a political rant there. Almost. I was real close. Real close. I could have. I had thoughts. We'll keep them. We'll keep them. We'll keep them in my head for now. So here's sort of I've the pecan toasting not pecan. Pistachio. The pistachio toasting. The Hilton is calling me. It says, who the hell is calling me from the Hilton? The pistachios are toasting. About 20 seconds left. I'm going to stir those. I'm going to pull those out of the oven. I'm going to toss them and then we'll put them back in. While I'm waiting for those to finish, because I don't want to mix this until I can finish the mixing process. I can't finish the mixing process until the pistachios are out of the oven. So 5 minutes is up on the pistachios. Let's check those. When those are done, I'm going to get out the cutting board to chop them. We're going to get out some cooling racks for the cookies themselves, the tray when they cool. I'm going to dump the popcorn. Then we're going to take a quick break. Then we're going to come back and make cookies. Bunches of cookies. Bunches. Sofa, thank you for the shout out to Science Streams. When I talk about conversational streams and streams you can sort of drop in on and listen in the background, we were talking about that earlier, right? Lots of folks do that throughout the day. Science is definitely one of those types of streams. You don't need to be it's really helpful to be watching because there's a lot of visuals, but you can always just listen and it's still a really insightful and interesting conversation. Court says I'll put on the tinfoil hat, rant away. Oh no, just just like the general state of things in the US is to use a word from previous, deplorable, getting there. And I just have many thoughts about it. Many thoughts about it, and I've been we're in that period of time which is very similar to after the first time. It sort of felt like the next couple years were going to be a shit show, where it's like, okay, now we just got to do something, make sure you do the things that make you feel good and making an impact on the way that you feel the world is going, and do what you can. These taste great. I'm going to give these another. Oh man, these are so much better roasted. I'm going to give these another 3. Let's do another 3 minutes. Okay. Baker, yeah, the folks that brought in to discuss or teach things on stream. It is super fun. It's I love the guest situation. They just have it's funny because I feel like the broadcast, the physical broadcast, visually, I always feel like it's just on the edge of collapse, like on the edge of disaster. Like they just add stuff to it all the time. It's complex. It's visually it can be a lot of noise too. But I always feel like watching this stream, it's like there's some people who are perfectionists, right? And the image needs to be perfect and this and tilted this way, and the kerning and the spacing on the border and all the little things. I am like that. I appreciate that they're just they have a system and they kind of, it's sort of this is how it is here. It's not perfect, but you're getting a lot of good info. I totally agree with you. I mean, I think, it's like when they brought wolves back into Yellowstone and hey, look at that. That was a good thing. Turns out that was good. Turns out that was a thing that people wanted to have. Or not lots of people didn't want to have that. But then it was hey, look at that. They were part of the ecosystem before people. It's like they know how to do it. All right, this may be the last batch for this bowl. So again, we're gonna put in a little bit more popcorn. I did not set a timer for those pistachios in the oven, did I? No, but I did note that when I put them back in, there was about 3 minutes remaining until the next ad, and now it says there's 2 minutes remaining. So I can just take those pistachios out before we hit this ad break. All right, this is, I think, the last pot of popcorn for the bowl. The big bowl that I have a huge bowl that I've been filling with popcorn. So we've been making popcorn now for easily the past. We've been making popcorn for at least an hour. You know why? So I was making popcorn the last time we ran an ad break, and it's telling me on my screen that it's time to run an ad break again. So in the last hour, we have accomplished 0 in terms of cookies, but we have made all the popcorn. Failed to win. Hello, welcome, good day. We're making popcorn for packing material for the boxes that are used to pack the cookies for Cookie Club, which I am going to make. I was also, hold on, I forgot to close the lid. I forgot to put the top back on the popcorn. Oh, I did set a timer for these, didn't I? Yeah, I did set a timer, it just went off. Golly. Any of those, the reintroduction of species is always very fascinating to me. It doesn't happen that often, right? Usually they just go away. Who knows? I would like a dire wolf. Can I have a dire wolf, please? All right, we have a quick ad break that's going to come up. These look good. During the ad break, we're gonna play words on stream. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad and I am going to get set up to put cookies in the oven and then out of the oven. Okay. Yeah. Okay, here comes the Game Awards on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad if you're watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you don't get any ads. There's a link to YouTube in the chat. See you in a few moments. Bye!
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I
Okay,
Hate.
let's get out those popcorns. Popcorn's good. Let's get out the cooling racks. Get the cooling racks out. Got one rack. We got 2 racks. We'll put a third over here on the table. Not that I want to cool things on the table, but all right. Are these pistachios good? These are toasted. Yeah, these are good. You can smell them. When I opened the oven, I could smell them like immediately. So that to me says they're ready. Excuse me. All right. That I need my trays. Actually, I'm gonna rest these cookies. It says to put the dough. Excuse me. In the. It says one. Doesn't tell you to put the dough in the fridge. The actual recipe doesn't say that, but other commenters, other notes on the recipe said that it would be better if they were in the fridge. So we're going to, basically, I'm going to do like a test cookie or 2. Hey, you got it. Good one. We're going to do a test cookie or 2 from the first batch right away, just to see what that's like. And if they turn out like super, super good. And from that point, I'll cool the dough. We'll determine if we can make a second round, or if I can make a double batch, or if I need to make another single batch. But we're gonna do the thing. So we're good to go here. Oven is preheated. I'm gonna get let's get these pistachios off of this tray and into a bowl. I'm going to chop these, and then I'm just going to go back into this bowl. Oh, you know what I need to do, though? I need to separate these pistachios. I need to separate these pistachios into 3 parts, because they are for 3 batches. And I want to separate them into cups before I chop them. All right, we're almost there. You're so close. Hey, wow. 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 So good. That was a weird one. Congrats, y'all. That was 2 in a row. That was 2 words on stream boards in a row. Very impressive. Honestly, that was very impressive. All right, I am just I'm measuring out 3 equal batches of pistachio. Now these, I didn't tear the scale. We got 145, 131, 139. Okay, this is 145, 145, 146. Okay, that's about even. If you were watching on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate it. Welcome back. And if you were watching and you're no longer watching, goodbye. I'll tell you. Then you're not hearing me, so it doesn't matter. Erroneous. All right, we got 1 batch. Let's chop a batch worth of pecans, pistachios. And then we'll be ready. Once my popcorn is finished in this pot, I'm going to put it in a larger... Oh, I'm using the large bowl already. I'm also using the second largest bowl. Let's put the popcorn in this vessel, because I know I need more than that one bowl. More than that one big bowl of popcorn, which is still a lot, but like I just know how it goes. I know how it goes. Okay. Wash my hands again before I start chopping here. We got popcorn going in the background. So today, the cookies that we're making are salted honey pistachio cookies, using toasted pistachios. The recipe doesn't call for toasted, but I've come to appreciate the toasted pistachio as quite the delicacy. So we toasted them today. It took a little extra time to do that, but I think it's worth it. And I have 3 batches worth of pistachios out on the counter in front of me. I am going to use one. I'm going to make one batch first. And then, after we make the one batch, I'm going to determine, like I said, if I can make a second batch in the same bowl, or if it's going to be too small and I'm going to need to do 3 separate batches. 3 separate batches wouldn't be the worst thing. I prefer to do a double batch, but you know, everything today that I've been doing so far has been like prep, right? The popcorn that's taken so long has nothing to do with the time that it's going to take to make these cookies. The actual cookies themselves don't take all that long, which is almost always the case with like Cookie Club stuff. It's like everything, you have to get like the bags made up. We did that at the beginning of the stream. We made all the bags, like that type of thing. So there's a bit of admin work that we also did today. Let's see. They're roughly chopped. Let's go over this one more time. Let's go kind of over the whole pile again. Yeah, and mix, exactly. Cookie streams are just longer in general. It was really funny. I was considering like stream this week, and I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? And Tuesday I was like, I didn't forget that Cookie Club, like I forgot for a little while that Cookie Club was like this week, like that I was making cookies during the day. I forgot that I'd said that I would do that on Tuesday, and I was like, what am I going to do on stream on Tuesday? I have like all these other stuff. And then like 15 minutes later, I was like, wait a second. Tuesday's Cookie Club day. What am I talking about? I don't need a big plan for Tuesday. I already know what Tuesday is going to be. Tuesday is going to be a lot. But I'm still going to make dinner later. My goal is to throw some stuff in the oven later. So I am planning on making a dinner. If I get super hung up on the cookie side of things for whatever reason, I won't, and we'll just I'll make something that's not what I was thinking of making. I'll say that. I'm still gonna make dinner, but it might be a dip dinner. It might be a nice, well done dinner. We'll see. Not well done. Just cooked just right. Hopefully it's nice, regardless. All right. I don't want to throw out all this pistachio dust, but this is sort of like too fine to be in the cookies. All right. Let me cut up the rest of these pistachios while I've got this out, because that way it's just more efficient. And, you know, I was talking about the schedule, doing like more consistent stuff earlier, right? Right now for me, it's 15:30 roughly. Yeah, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tuesdays are great because like Calvin has orchestra after school until 5:45. Gwen's gonna pick him up, and then he's gonna stay. They're gonna, because it's nice out now. He's gonna stay at the playground for another hour. So like, I don't expect that anybody is walking back into this house. Like Gwen might come home before going to pick him up, but I'm not expecting anybody else to be here and for another like 2.5, 3 hours at this point. So it's a nice. Tuesdays are great. Tuesday and Thursday are really nice. Gwen usually goes to work on Tuesdays too, so like it's even the house is even more emptied out. No one's here on Tuesday most of the time. And so it's a good day. All that is to say, it's a good day for Cookie Club because I can do all of it and I'm not rushing for time at night. That's the hard part, is at night when I'm like, I've done Cookie Club at night before and it's usually very stressful. Favorite repeating stream? Yeah. The IRLs are totally different. And I'm also I was working last night on a bunch of IRL updates. The Super Bowl win, it wasn't exactly scheduled. It wasn't scheduled, Mix, but I will say now that it's over, that it happened, and the team that I wanted to win won, which, you know, you want to do. You don't ever want to jinx it, right? You don't ever want to be like, of course we're going to win. Like, I'm definitely going to go out. But like, I did say that I would. And I also, before that stream, like made a YouTube thumbnail, and I did all the stuff that I do before going live on an IRL, not assuming, but I was like, you know, if they win, or if they don't win, no harm, you know, I just won't do it. But if they do win, and I do want to go out and like be on the street, I want to be able to just hit go live and have it still be like a good, you know, the title is there, all of that, you know, the little thing in the top corner of the screen that tells you what's going on, like that thing, like I update that. So I did make it I did a little teeny bit of work to get that done. I'd say setting up for a stream at this point is roughly the same amount of time for IRL streams as it is for cooking. If I'm not talking about like the planning, like food planning, meal planning, shopping, that kind of thing, the actual setup for the cooking streams takes, I don't know, 20-30 minutes. Even without having all of my stuff. Like, I don't take any of the stuff down between streams. Like, the cameras just stay up, all of that. Go birds. Go birds! Go birds, indeed. Mix, exactly. I was like, I know I'm gonna do this if they win, but I'm not gonna be like, hey, come by on Sunday, we're gonna go out after the Birds game, you know, because like, if they hadn't won, zero chance I was gonna go out in public with a camera. That was just like, that would have been a recipe for bad happenings, because nobody's in a good mood on that night. But it turned out, and you know, the team that we wanted to win won. Also, hey, regarding basketball last night, I impromptu decided that I would be rooting for Florida based on Cyborg having a rooting and a family rooting interest in Florida, and they won. Apparently, it was a really exciting game. I did not watch the highlights. I saw on the internet that they won, and then I was happy. So I was like, oh, we were talking about this, and someone who cared about this game's team won. Great. That's how I experience sports. I'm like, oh, you root for this team? I'll root for them too. Sure, I'll root for them on your behalf. I won't actually root for them, but like, I'll hold them in my heart. Or whatever it is people do. All right, so we're finished now. The popcorn is coming along. It's still just going to keep moving with the popcorn. I'm going to fill that other little pot that I put out. If I don't end up using all of that popcorn, I will put it in a vacuum sealed bag and I'll just save it for next month. It's dry, it's popcorn, it's packing material. Like it can just sit there. Gators! The first time I've ever watched college basketball. Yeah, which is cool. You had a reason to watch and you watched and it was like great. Like they won. Was it, did you get into it? Did you get like, I'm assuming because the game was super close that it was actually exciting to watch to the end, which is always really nice. I feel like if you're going to sit down and watch a game and you're not really like into the team, or it's not, you don't have any like specific rooting interest, it is always nice if the game's like close and exciting. According to Jane Doe, it was a root for Gators last night. Yeah, indeed. I don't have any reason to root for the Gators, but I don't have any reason to root against either team. But like, you know, you don't need a reason to root for a team. You just need to pick a team and root for them. That's the fun part of fandom. You can just be like, no, I'll root for these. I'll root for these folks now. Oh wait, that's not a towel. That's not a towel. All right, all of my pecans are ready. Pistachios. All of my pistachios are ready. My dry ingredients are ready. And I think after almost 2.5 hours of just relentless talking on my behalf, we are now ready to do the thing that we came here to do today, which is make cookies. Welcome in. It was a nail biter and actually very exciting. That's nice. That's much better. That's much better than the other team winning by a lot or your team winning by a lot. Your team winning by a lot is always exciting, but preheat the oven. Done. Cream the butter and sugar in a large bowl. Beat the butter and sugar together until light and fluffy. Let's do that now. Butter, sugar in a bowl. Light and fluffy. Light and fluffy is usually like three minutes. Something like that. Baker, it could be a counter. It could be. How many times have I said the wrong prefaced nut? Peanut, pecan, pistachio. Are there any other nuts that start with a P? Pine nuts. No, that's it. Just those. Peanuts, pistachios, pecans, pine nuts. The only other thing that's coming to mind is persimmons, which are not a nut. Not at all a nut. It's funny. I'm using this the beater here, the one with the rubber scraper, but it misses. It doesn't miss, but it's like just the very little top part of the thing is like the butter just goes right around the top. It scrapes the bowl, but there's like a line where it misses all the way out. Much nicer though. Delicious nonetheless. True. Listen, I'll burn both pecans and pistachios roasting in the oven. It doesn't even make there's no difference to me. Alright, this looks good. Add the honey and the egg. Mix in the honey, egg, and vanilla until fully incorporated. Okay, so let's do 1 large egg. Whoop! There you go. 1 large egg. Honey, I want 105 grams of honey. Palm nuts, never heard. I believe you. I feel like that's just what someone who's trolling would call coconuts. Hey, you get those palm nuts? Palm? All right. Honey, I want 105 grams. That's why we got the squeeze bottle. Pica nuts? I have definitely never heard of those. Siflo says, I found some black garlic bone marrow butter at the butcher's. Oh, wow. Butchers are great for stuff like that. Sounds delicious. 105 grams. Glad I bought the squeeze bottle, because that makes this a lot easier. Okay, 105 grams. I bought this at Reading Terminal. This is local to me honey. Wildflower from Smyrna, Delaware. Oh, look at that. That's very satisfying. The honey dripping off the top. Crowdo, welcome in. Different species of palm than coconuts. Wah, wah. That's too bad. Add in the honey, egg, and vanilla. Okay, how much vanilla? Vanilla, I need... I feel like this popcorn stopped popping. Did I forget to add oil or something? A teaspoon of vanilla extract. Okay. I actually have enough vanilla here. I don't think I need to open the new one. This is a half teaspoon. I am going to measure, though, so that I don't go overboard. Because I definitely can go overboard on the vanilla. It's easy to do. Okay, honey, egg, vanilla. Add the honey, egg, and vanilla. And beat until fully incorporated. So that means that I want to see one homogeneous color in here, no streaks of egg, no little bits of vanilla color. This particular vanilla is brown. Some vanilla is not brown. The imitation vanilla is not brown. All right, that seems fully incorporated. Next, we combine the dry ingredients in a separate bowl, whisk together the flour, baking soda, and salt. Done. Mix wet and dry ingredients. Gradually add the dry ingredients to the wet mixture, stirring until a dough forms. Okay, so let's do this. Where is my... I always have trouble pouring from the bowl into the mixer. So I'm going to do it this way today. We're going to pour into the sifter, and then I'm just going to do the sifter into the mixer. So I do want to sift this a little bit. That's kind of something I want to do. So I do see some like chunks in here. I don't mind if like a little bit of it spills out. That's why I'm pouring it over the bowl. So some of it's going in the bowl, some of it's not. And that's okay. I'm just going to add this in. We'll do that differently for the next batch. Yes, we will. Differently as in I will sift it into this bowl first. I'll measure it into the sifter and we'll sift it into the bowl. Okay, let's get this mixed in. Fold in the pistachios. Gently fold in the chopped pistachios until evenly distributed in the dough. Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Okay. So, honey is so dang good. I agree with you. Like, completely agree with you. I love honey. I'm very happy with this particular batch of honey that I got. Like I said, it was local, and it was also, it's funny, the higher volume you buy of honey, the less it costs per ounce. Like with many things, right? Like that's very true, kind of across many, not just food, but like especially in food, the more you buy, the more the kind of the better deal you get on the bulk stuff. So honey is no different, and so I got a reasonable sized container today. I think it was 24 ounces. Yeah, 24 ounces, which is a good amount of honey. But they sell the little sample packs, I call them like souvenir things, like little tiny bears that are, a couple inches high. They sell those, and they were like, one of those little bears was like half the cost of this, and it has like 6 ounces in it. I was like, that doesn't seem right. All right, so we're folding in the pistachios. And I'm just stirring these in with the mixer. I know it says fold, but like, I think there's less actual manipulation in there in doing that than there would be if I just folded it. So, okay, I'm gonna clear these blades. I'm gonna make 2 cookies. I'm gonna make 3. We'll do one that is the right size for the recipe. We'll do one that's slightly larger, but I think we're gonna measure the weight of these also. And I'm also going to assume that the ones I put in the oven now will spread slightly more, sorry, than the ones after I refrigerate the dough. Because when you put them in the oven right after you've made it, it melts quicker. Okay, first off, we'll try a little bit of this dough. Ports, I hope you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Holy shit, those are so good. Okay, this popcorn is 100% burned. I'm pretty sure. You know what? Yeah, oh, no, it's not. Actually, that was perfect. Okay, like 2 more pots of popcorn and I think we're finished here. Usually I do the popcorn the night before while I'm like cleaning up the kitchen from dinner. I just didn't do that last night. I'm going to turn this back on. I turned the burner off thinking we were done. We're not! I just got a little discouraged because I thought that popcorn was not as good, but it's fine. All right, onto the tray. I'm going to use the same sheet pans that I'm using for the cookies when we make them in sort of large format, right? Let's do a couple samples. So, as I'm looking at this, I'm going to orient these on the logo for myself, like visually. So we're going to do one cookie that is 1 tablespoon worth of dough, because this is what it says. Now, how much weight is that? Forgot to do this. Okay. Take 1 tablespoon of dough out of here, and we'll see. This is... I'm filling this tablespoon. I'm gonna fill the tablespoon. It says 1 tablespoon. All right, that's 1. That's 17 grams. That is not much of a cookie. That's a very tiny cookie. Let's take that. I'm just gonna roll it into a ball. I do this with gloves on for the ones that I'm making for y'all. But I'm gonna do this just with my hands in this moment so I can get through it. Okay, that is a teeny tiny cookie. All right, we'll do that. We'll do a 17 gram cookie. Let's do one that is double that. So double 17 is 34. Scratch. Let's see what a 40 gram cookie looks like. That's 30. That's 40. Okay. So we're going to do a 17 gram cookie. So I'm probably going to do I might end up doing like a 25 gram cookie. Maybe we do 3 of them per bag. Okay, so we have one small. There's one 17. Let's actually just do. Let's do I'm going to add 3 more grams. I'm going to add 3 more grams to this cookie. And we're going to make this an even 20. So we have a 20. And a 40. So we've got 2 different cookie sizes. Usually cookies are somewhere between 40 to 55 grams worth of dough. So 1 tablespoon is extremely small. 1 tablespoon might be a 3 cookie per bag scenario, but let's see how these, oh wait, it says to flatten them. Out of the oven. Okay, it says to flatten these, fold in pistachios, shape the dough 2 inches apart, flatten the dough, gently press each dough ball with the back of the spoon to flatten slightly. Okay. Dough ball. Back of a spoon. All right. Here they go. We have a 20 gram cookie and a 40 gram cookie going in the oven. Let's see how they do. It says that they should be in there for 12 to 15 minutes. So, I'll do 12 minutes exactly. This dough, I can absolutely triple a batch of this. I could double a batch in this bowl. And so we're going to do that straight away, right now. I'm going to transfer this dough from the bowl into this bowl. We're going to put this bowl in the refrigerator so that it has a little time to chill, right? And then we're going to make right away a triple batch of, a double batch. We're going to make our second and third batches of cookie dough simultaneously because all of that dough will fit in here. This dough, by the way, as a raw format dough, is really tasty. I was going back and forth. I was talking earlier in stream about whether or not to do the honey drizzle on the top of these. And I don't really think that I don't know. If this dough holds the flavor that it has right now, I don't even think it's really necessary. But we'll see. I also want to see how it turns out, if I can do that and still package them very well. One of the other cookies for this month that we're discussing was carrot cookie, carrot cake cookie with a cream cheese icing. But you can't put the cream cheese icing in the package. I couldn't package it because it would be squished. So I'm worried about the honey in this also potentially, the honey topping being something where it is not able to package correctly. All right. Popcorn's coming along. Popcorn's coming along. Come on over to the popcorn for just a moment. I'm going to do I'm gonna wash out this bowl, the cookie bowl. I like to wash. I know that you could just put the next round of batter right in here, right? Like it's possible to do that, and I don't think it's too big of an issue doing that in general. I just prefer to start with like a clean bowl. Some folks don't mind. I think for me, I want to start fresh. Part of the reason that I wish I had a larger bowl, but I do not. I was saying this the other day. Like once you size up on something and you like commit to doing it in a larger volume, sometimes that's when it's like, oh yeah, I didn't really need that. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking specifically about like a juicer or like moving from like a NutriBullet sort of juicing situation to like buying a large format whole vegetable and fruit juicer. Like that type of jump. Not that having a bowl or a mixer, a larger mixer, is the same type of thing. That's kind of what I mean. All right, now just washing this bowl out. That we're starting fresh. Washing the bowl. Washing the paddle attachment. Washing the spatula. Shit. Did I even put a timer? Oh yeah, I did start a timer. I did start a timer for this cookies. Yes, I did. I started it for 12 minutes because I was like, let's do the minimal. Okay, right. Hey. Not really a rhetorical question if I'm like, hey, did I do this thing? All right. Popcorn's coming along. Okay, finished washing the bowl, finished washing the paddle attachment. I'm back over here for just a few moments to get a fresh towel and dry this out, and then we'll get our next batch on and mixing. Okay, so we're adding 198 grams of sugar to a bag, or to 4 sticks of butter. 198 grams of sugar. Holy shit, that's a lot of sugar. We're gonna add this first. $30, $40, $50, $60, $70, $80, $90, $198. 198, perfect. 198 grams of sugar, 4 sticks of butter. These are definitely deliciously buttery cookies, apparently. 4 sticks of butter. 4 sticks of butter that have been out on the counter for a little while. Coming up to room temperature. Let's get those in there. 1. 2. I'm using salted butter. I think it calls for unsalted. Yeah, everything always calls for unsalted, but I don't do that. I just use salted butter and it's fine. The salted butter performs just as well. All right. 2, 3, 4 cups of butter. 4 sticks of butter. All right, I'm going to turn that on and cream that up. We'll give that a minute or 2 minutes. I'm actually not going to turn on a timer. I'm just going to like look at it. Okay, speaking of timers, I got 5 minutes left on my oven timer. Let me turn the oven light on. All right, yeah, we've got some cookies. Okay, we're definitely going to do larger I'm gonna do slightly larger cookies. I think I'm gonna do, I'm looking at how these are spreading. I think I'm gonna do like 35 plus gram cookies, somewhere between 35 and 40, and press them down a little bit more. These are like spreading, but I want these to be a little bit crispier than I think the ones in the oven are going to be, which means I should press them a little bit more so that they have so that they spread a little bit farther than they are. All right, popcorn here looks good. Sounds good. It stopped sounding like anything, so that means it's good. And let's do one more pot of popcorn. That'll most certainly get us through this month and into the next in terms of packing material. If I have leftover popcorn from this process, I put it in a vacuum seal bag and not vacuum seal, sorry, wrong term, Ziploc. Put it in a big, like, several gallon Ziploc bag, and we keep it till next month. All right, let's put the vegetable oil from that away. Can put the popcorn itself away. This is looking good. Let's scrape down the sides of this for a moment here. So I'm not measuring, I didn't set a timer for time, how much time those cookies, the dough anyway, chilling in the fridge. I am assuming that the time between me putting that dough in there and the time that I get it out to actually make it again is going to be about 30-some minutes, if not more. Nope, lost a little bit off the front. Okay. Oh well. Sorry. All right. Last batch of popcorn's in. Cookies are in the oven. They have 2 minutes left on them, this first batch. So again, to explain, I'm doing, right now I have one batch of cookie dough in the refrigerator, totally made, ready to go. From that batch, I pulled 2 cookies. One of them is 20 grams, which is the serving size that the recipe suggests, right? It doesn't say 20 grams, but it says 1 tablespoon, and I measured it and it's 20 grams. That seemed a bit small, so we're doing a 40-gram cookie as well, also in the oven, same time. That is probably about closer to the size cookie that I want to do. I'm gonna cook them until the 40-gram cookie is finished. And that should be within the next 3 minutes or so. Once the popcorn is finished on the stove, so once this batch of popcorn is done on the stove, I'm going to take this camera and put it down in front of the oven here so that you'll be able to see the cookies baking and spreading in real time. But until that happens, until the popcorn's done, but it's going to wait. Avo, welcome in. Good to have you. All right, these are leftover pistaches. You know what? I was thinking of putting some toasted pistachios on dinner tonight. So I'm just going to go ahead, toss the rest of those on the sheet pan, and pop those in the oven when I open it in 20 seconds. I'm going to set another timer. How long did those take? 8 minutes? Okay, let's set another timer. So I'm going to open the oven here in just a moment. I'm going to take a look at these cookies. The one that is the smaller one is absolutely finished. Definitely 100% finished. Maybe I'll take that one off the tray. And this says 12 to 15. So let's set that for another 3 minutes. My timer just went off. Let's take this one off the tray. I'm going to leave the other one on there for just a moment. I'm gonna give the other one. The other one actually looks. The other one looks finished too. Okay. Are you finished? Yeah, I think the other one's finished too. Okay, so that means we should get the whole tray out of the oven. The other one looks finished around the base. Now, salt. I have a new thing of sea salt because this one, there's not much left in here. I'm going to open the new one because this one I put my fingers in to pinch out of. So I'm going to open the a new sea salt for the cookies that we're using to send out. But I also I can put salt on here for, I can put salt on here before I cook these. I should have done that. Okay. I've got some cookies on the cooling rack over here. Our testers. We're going to let those. I'm going to let those cool for just a few minutes while I finish mixing the rest of the ingredients for our next batch of cookies. I'm going to put these in the oven. These are my pistachios. We're going to use those for dinner. I'll toast those and just give those 8 minutes in the oven. Okay, we're going to measure out the rest of our ingredients. Okay, so dry ingredients. I need 284 cups of 284 grams of all-purpose flour. So 284 times 2. 568. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I hope you have a good one. Good luck out there today. Okay, 568 grams of flour. $30, $50. There we go. We did it. Brand new bag of flour today. All right. So we'll start clearing off the counter as I've got things finishing. All right, so great. Popcorn's almost there. All right, 560 grams of flour. I need baking soda. I need 1 whole teaspoon of baking soda. This is a half teaspoon, so we're going to do 2 of those. 1, 2. Go. 2 of those, and now I need a half a teaspoon of salt. So let's do 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Now the rest of that salt can go into my salt shaker. Flour, okay, vanilla extract and egg go in here next. All right, so I need, from the vanilla extract, I need 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. One, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract and 2 eggs and honey. So we'll get the honey in here in just a moment. We're going to dump the eggs, dump the vanilla, and eggs, and then honey. We'll measure that on the scale. Not with our heart as much as I want to, because honey really is just so delicious. All right, let's put the honey on the scale now. We have 0 grams. I need two recipes worth of honey, so that's 105 times 2, 200. Time out. This popcorn's finished. I heard it stop. Where's my popcorn towel? Doesn't matter. This one's fine. Okay, popcorn is finished. No more popcorn today. So let's bear with me because I'm gonna do a little camera adjustment here. And yes, I'm aware that it's upside down. There we go. Now it's not. Okay. What's in there? Pistachios are in there. Okay, that should be about as good as I can get it for the cookie situation. Okay, and the pistachios have 3 minutes left on them, so let's do the honey. 210 grams of honey going in here. That is a lot. That is a lot of honey, but again, this is a double recipe. So I'm using an entire cup of honey today across 3 batches of cookies. $192. $210. $211. Close enough. Oh, I need to whisk in the rest of the dries. Did I add salt to this? I did. Okay. I did. I recall. Because then I moved the salt over to the other counter. Yes, there it is. Okay. So we're going to take this, scrape this down. And we'll mix that now until it is completely incorporated, as it says. Abra, you've been doing half recipes lately. It's easier to make, but then I run out. It's true. You do run out pretty fast. That is a nice thing about baking is you can do you can just have a recipe. Half. I'm always like I have this recipe and I halved it. English is super fun. I don't know how anyone ever learns English. It feels challenging. I only learned it because I grew up speaking it. All right, I'm going to scrape this down one more time. I'm going to make sure there's nothing in the bottom here. Nice, no little bits in the bottom. All right, and now we add the dries. So the dries are in the bowl and they're sifted. So let's add those. Let's add those a little more neatly than last time. The recipe says to slowly add them, but like I didn't. Sorry. Maybe I'll just give this like a cursory stir to get the first puff out of here. You know that first when you start your mixer and it has like a big bunch of flour in it and it has like a puff of flour that happens right away? Broccoli, welcome in. Welcome in. All right. Here we are. Whoop. Timer's going off. Let's, hold on. Before we do that, let's take a look in the oven here. No. There's some pistachios for you. They look pretty good. They smell like they should. Okay, those are finished. Nice nuts. Hey, thanks. I made them myself. Let me rinse my hands off real quick. Okay. Which of these views do I want to use right now? This one. Okay. All right, we're gonna mix this flour in, and then flour, pistachios, and then we're gonna start our cookie making production line. So once all the dough has been mixed, then we can get to making all of the cookies. Broccoli, hello, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I'm gonna make all the cookies at once. We're gonna package them, and then we're gonna make dinner. So today's gonna be not only a cookie day, but today is also a dinner time stream. I think. We'll see. Dinner time might be dip dinner. Dinner time might be roasted carrots and meatballs and a grain. I'm not planning on making meatballs myself, by the way. I bought some meatballs at Ready Terminal today. I was like, what kind of thing can I have with this? This looks really good. All right, that's nice and mixed. Now we're going to add in the pistachios. Do 1. And 2. So I toss these in while it's moving. And go. All right, that looks really good. I give this dough a little taste test here. And then we're going to pop this batch in the fridge. We're going to pop this batch in the fridge. We're going to take a quick break for Words on Stream. When we come back from Words on Stream, we're going to do nothing but make cookies for the next hour and 15 to 20 minutes. Well, we're not going to do nothing but that. I'm sure other things will arise during that time, but that's the plan. We're going to make cookies consistently until they're finished. I want nothing left in the oven. Okay, this looks good. There's your cookie dough. Pot stickers, Broccoli. That sounds fantastic. What kind of pot stickers are you making? What's in them? Mm-hmm. That is mighty tasty. Okay. This dough is ready to chill. It's pretty thick, but I can feel how it's loose. Like it's very buttery. This dough is like really buttery. So it's going to go in. We're going to just chill it in the fridge just like that for a few minutes /30. This is the dough from before. We're going to start with this dough. This is my first batch of dough. And then I did one batch of dough, and then I did a second batch, which was a double. So I have 3 batches of dough right now in the refrigerator, cooling down. We're going to clean up on the counter a little bit, and then I'm going to take a quick Words on Stream break. Let me actually do that break right now. We'll throw Words on Stream on, and I'll clean up while that's going. And then when we come back from that, we're going to do some cookie production. That was really good. Okay, so I'm going to be like... Okay, that's all you get of that. Let's do a quick break. Here on this stream, if you're unfamiliar, maybe you're lurking, maybe you're new, we do 3 minutes of advertising every hour. During the advertising time, we play a game of Words on Stream. that's going to happen now. If you're watching on Twitch, you're going to get a 3-minute ad if you're not a subscriber or a Twitch Turbo member. If you don't want to hear any ads right now, you can switch over to YouTube and hear me ramble. But anyway, here comes a 3-minute ad. Here's a game or two of words on stream. Good luck out there. And we'll be back in just a moment to do some cookie making.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Definitely still need the scale and the timer. Those things are necessary. When we come back, I have to figure out what size cookie I want to make here. And the cooking time for that one was 12 minutes, like on the nose. They were finished at 12 minutes. I don't know if that was just because there's less of them in the oven. I only had 2 cookies on the tray, but I need to be conservative with my time on these, I feel like. Okay. Mixer is wiped off. Do not need the mixer anymore. Right. Let's put these flour and baking soda and vanilla back in the cabinet. All of that can go back in the cabinet. These can go back. Flour. Dee-da-lee-dee. Okay. That's good. How'd we do? Did we win? Are you winning, son? That's always a good meme. Congrats. I said, did you win? And I looked into chat and most of the comments just said nope. And it took me a second to be like, wait. Oh, but that was a guess for the board. My bad. Yeah, Broccoli Sofa's really good at this game. Like, just straight up, like, very, very good at it. Okay, popcorn is finished. That can go over here. These are my pistachios for later for dinner. I'm going to put those on an old film. You know what I'm actually going to do with those pistachios before I even package them up? Hey, good job, y'all. I'm going to put those pistachios. These are pistachios that I'm going to use for dinner later. I toasted them and I forgot to cut them while I was cutting the other ones. Actually, no, I didn't forget to cut them. I toasted them like an hour after the other ones. Come on, Lou, don't be so hard on yourself. So we're just going to rough chop these real quick before anything else, because when I go to have them for dinner, I want them to be done in the way that I'm going to use them. There we go. Okay, better. Sorry, I know I said I was going to make cookies, and we came back, and I'm doing the same shit I was doing before. Hey, y'all killed those games of words on stream. That was 2. That was 2. We've had all of those games. I really want to counter. Now I really want to counter that resets every day. That's like, you did 3 games of words on stream today and X number total. I think that would be easy to build into it. Now that I've got like one counter working, it's easy to do a sub counter for that. All right, before we get into these cookies and make them formally, let's look at the 2 that I made. All right, so we have 2 cookies here. One is, hold on, let's take that. Now, So two different sizes. They're literally, one is half the size of the other one. This one on your right is 40 grams. This one is 20. So first, kind of straight up, I think these 40-gram cookies are good size to have two of them in a bag. That's pretty solid. I think these, the 20-gram cookies, 24. If I need it, let me math. It says each batch makes 24 cookies. I need 34 cookies total. If I'm doing 2 each, I need 34 plus 7, half of 34 is 17. 34 plus 17 is 41, 51. 51. So if these make 6, 8, 6, 8. I need 51 cookies. If I do them 20 grams, I need 41. I need 51, and it will make 60, 72. If I do them 40 grams, it'll make 12 cookies per batch. 12, 24, 36. I need 34. That means if I make them in the larger format, I will have less cookies left over. Now, I could also make them 35 grams and do 2 of them. But I think this month, we're going to do 3 cookies in a package. We're going to do 3 small cookies. Araya, welcome in. I think we're going to do 3. 3. People liked 3 before. 3 is always well received. These are good too. Okay. The small one is very good. Definitely tastes like honey. There's a clear, all the ingredients are clearly there. Here's the inside of this one. This one is a little larger. So you have some whole pistachio pieces in there, of course. They're pretty good. You know what? I feel like I like the dough. The honey. The honey's just more prevalent in the dough. Once it's baked, it's got a different, slightly different. It is still there, but it's less like punchy, if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to drizzle a little bit of honey on the top of one of these. Let's just do like a little. Now, what if I let that sit for a few moments? I'm guessing that'll soak in, but I might. I was thinking of putting, now if I put the honey on top and then put parchment paper, I'm trying to get these to like the part where I can just finish them completely. So I'm doing all the experimentation right now. Different sizes. I think we will put honey on top. Because when I package them, it's gonna soak in for a little bit too before any of that packaging happens. Well, I'm going to put some honey on top. I do think it adds a little bit. It adds a little bit to it that is quite nice. Shireen, welcome in. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate you. All right. These cookies are good. Flavor's good. Happy. We're going to do 20-gram cookies. 3 cookies per package. That's going to be how this goes. So that means I need a total of 51. Okay. Great. Let's make some cookies. Let's get started on this production process. Scrape this pan off. So here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to roll a tray of cookies. I'm going to put that in the oven. Then I'm going to keep rolling cookies onto this parchment paper or onto this extra sheet pan here until I have no dough left. When I have no dough left in the bowls, I'm finished rolling cookies. When the cookies come out of the oven, we're going to salt them. So I need to open my sea salt, and we're going to drizzle a little bit of honey on them when they come out. That way it has time to soak in. The salt. No, I'm going to put the salt on them before I put them in the oven. When they come out, I'll drizzle a little bit of honey on them. That's the move. Okay, so let's get this salt.
Does this black match?
Opened. Amber, welcome. No black today. Well, I'm wearing black pants, but I'm generally wearing black pants. Tradesies are usually not baked goods, broccoli. I'll trade something with a fully cooked that needs a reheat. That's great. I love a dinner. If someone's going to give me a gift of food, like a fully made dinner is a great gift. It doesn't have to be sweets. I feel like cookies and cakes and things like that are sort of the normal for those situations, but like there's nothing to say you can't just bring over like a couple quiches to your friend's house and be like, here, have these. These are yours now. Okay, sea salt. Oven's still on. I'm going to drop the oven by about 10 degrees. It was a little spicy on that last round of cookies. I felt like maybe it could use slightly less than. Okay. Surprise quiche, right? J Guy, hello, welcome. Surprise, you now have dinner. Let's get this first batch out of the fridge. We're gonna zero that out. And let's get started. I said 20 grams per, right? First, wash my hands. Hands are sticky. Right, I wish someone would bring me quiche. Again, like I said, I would never say no. If you wanted to bring me quiche, I'd be like, hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. The later it gets in the day, the closer and closer I get to not making dinner tonight. I think we might not do dinner tonight. I mean, we're going to eat dinner, but I think dinner tonight might be the least complicated of the versions of dinner I had in mind. I should just know not to like get myself into the position of thinking I'm going to do a full dinner on Cookie Club Day. Who's seriously, who really could do that? Excuse me. Quiche is egg pie. Quiche is egg pie. It's good though. You deserve a snack, Jay Guy says. I am a snack. Well, I felt weird saying, but anyway. I'm really not that self-confident, y'all.
I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Anyway. Quiche is mostly cheese. Quiche is a lot of eggs too. Chef John's Hawaiian shirts. Yeah, I love Chef John's Hawaiian shirts. This where did I get this tie-dye? I got in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, at a place called a place called Sunshine Octopus. Dip dinner is always a win. Totally, Baker. Like, yeah, dip dinner is like for sure an easy one. Okay. 20 gram cookies. I think we'll do, I don't like doing 20. I want to do 22 gram cookies. Okay. 22. We'll do 22 grams. Every 10th cookie, no, every 20th cookie is an additional one that we didn't get. Okay, 22 gram cookies, all the same. A quiche really is just a cheese pie, but it's egg too. I mean, it's like mostly egg and cheese, and then whatever else. I know the rule for quiches that I adhere to is 6 eggs, and then everything else, all for per quiche. 6 eggs, and then all the other ingredients add up to 2 cups. Add a little bit of milk, add a little, or heavy cream if you're, whatever you're mixing with the egg, and then all of the rest, all the rest of the ingredients, your broccoli, your cheese, your herbs, and all of that other stuff, that adds up to 2 cups worth of material, and that is the right ratio. Arias says, does anyone have any plans for the 20th? What day of the week is the 20th? It's a question I don't think I've asked yet. It is April. We're talking about 4/20. April 20th. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, you probably haven't been paying attention to pop culture for the past 20 years. Anyway, emotional support button. Do you add tomatoes? Do I add tomatoes to the quiche? I would definitely add tomatoes to the quiche if I had tomatoes. The best thing about quiche, and welcome, by the way, the best thing about quiche is that it doesn't really need an ingredients list. It's just whatever's left over in the fridge. Who's knows? Right, yes. The stars aligning version is WrestleMania, Easter, and 420. Okay, so it's a Sunday. Got it. Easter's still on a Sunday, right? We do that? We still do that on Sunday, right? Mariah says, I will probably make a pizza and then partake. And then eat pizza. I love your plan. That plan sounds... great. I'm into the idea of pizza and partaking. Way too hype. Now you're the right amount of hype. I think it's just like it's one of those days that it's like, hey, everybody's got something going on today, right? Maybe not. Maybe not everyone, but I feel like most people can find something to celebrate that day, right? And hell, even if you're an agnostic, sober, non-wrestling fan, at least you can get ham on sale. And listen, if you're a vegetarian, fine. Just find some other joy in your life that day then. 22 grams is a very strange amount, or very strange volume to be pulling out of here. My ex's 27th birthday in hell, Amber says. At least you have plenty of other reasons to celebrate. Heavily crossfaded. I will be celebrating 420. I will not be celebrating Easter because I'm not Christian. Nor will I be celebrating WrestleMania because I'm sorry, I'm just, whatever. It just doesn't, it's not in Philly this year. Last year I had an excuse to be like, sort of pretend I care about it, but I don't because it's not in Philly, so it doesn't matter to me anymore. But the 420 part, that was, we used to call that Sunday. Okay, 21, 23, 22. All right, we have one tray of cookie balls ready to go in the oven. Let's do that. Do Christians celebrate the Holy Ghost at 420? I mean, I don't think those two are related. I don't think those two holidays are related necessarily. I was getting out a glass to flatten these down, but I think I should just do this. Oh yeah, we just need to do this with my hands. That was an unnecessary amount of mess for what happened there. Okay, I'm gonna press these down. So these are gonna spread just a little bit from what I did, but I want to press these a little more than I did the first test batch, because I noted that they were thick, right? They were pretty thick in the middle, and I do want these to spread a little farther than the first round. So I want to also press them a little bit. These are cold. Now that dough, ostensibly that dough that I put in there for the first batch should have spread farther than it did in general because it was warmer. It was I did not chill it at all. So we'll see. We'll see how these go. Do you celebrate Christmas? I love presents. I actually don't love presents. I really get anxious when I know that someone's going to buy me anything. I really don't like that. But the way that I celebrate Christmas is I send Gwen and anyone who's going to buy me anything extremely specific URLs. And generally speaking, I get, they buy one of those things and then I'm like, hey, got what I wanted. Okay, I'm going to put these cookies in the oven. Here they go. Christmas is a pop culture holiday, or that I totally agree with you. It's sort of transcended outside of, it's obviously no longer simply religious. We can make money off of it, so let's do it. All right, now. Yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. That's amazing. That camera's great. Okay, we're just going to keep rolling cookies now onto this sheet as those cook. Start my timer. And we'll keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. It's going to take me the whole length of time that those are in the oven to do another tray of cookies, so my plate cannot be contained. It's like love, whose knows? It's just boundless. There's no limitation. You can be hype about both things. It has emotional support for it, and I agree with you. It's, pagan traditions. But, I mean, we have Easter on the solstice, too. Christmas on the solstice. What is it about the religious holidays that they sort of love taking the pagan holidays and making them their own? Oh, right. Right. There's definitely historical reasons for that. Because we want the pagans to be like us, so we need to have something else on that day instead. Santa is 100% pop culture. Santa is sponsored by Coca-Cola. I love how a lot of like the view of Santa and the thought of Santa comes from, it all comes from pop culture. It's like comes from commercializing the thing. Meeker says, I miss the days of circling things in the Sears or J.C. Penney catalog and leaving it where my grandparents would find it, right? I want this toy and this toy and this toy, and they get like, you got like sweatpants and you're like, fuck, what the hell? That wasn't even in the same section of the catalog. Araya says, I read that as Sancton. Also a commercial construct. Just kidding. But yeah, kind of. We're doing 22 gram. Whoop, I just pulled out one, a 22 gram handful of cookie there. Beautiful. As we go on, as the bowl, as I roll more and more of these and grab more and more of the dough, I end up being a lot more successful about getting the exact right amount of dough. It's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, emotional support part. Exactly. Like, hey, we don't like what you're doing, and we don't want you to do it on that day anymore. So we're gonna have another thing on that same day. Hope that's cool. And you know, couple thousand years later, we have e-commerce. Hey, Velos, amazing. Congrats on the tent. Are you, do you have any plans for it? Are you setting it up like this afternoon? Stuff like that I can never use right away or set it up right away. I'd have to dedicate like a weekend afternoon to fully investing myself in it. Seems like a good time to be outside this weekend. Araya says my grandma still tries to buy me youth sizes. That's cute. I always get annoyed when someone who doesn't. I always get annoyed when I get clothing, like gifted clothing, and it's like a size large T-shirt or like anything like large or XL. I'm like, we've met before, right? I am not a size large. I am a size medium at like in general. I so like, oh, I got you this T-shirt at this thing. I'm like, thanks, it's an XL. I'm literally never gonna wear that because I can't. So it would look silly on me. I'm gonna rotate my tray in the oven at 6 minutes. Also, whoop! Look at them cookies spread. Sheesh! God damn! I might not want to press those as much because those are huge. I might though. These might be, the other ones were a little cakey. These might be a little bit better. These might be a little crispier. So the last ones, they were a little, they were cakey. They had, they weren't soft, but they had sort of they didn't have a crispy texture. Who's knows says Joe Santagato made a video about the origins of Santa. That's the type of YouTube stuff I love. Oh, Baker. Yeah. The opposite problem. You're larger and always given smaller clothes. Yeah, that is probably super disheartening too. I was just always annoyed. So I was like, well, I can't wear this. I'm never going to wear this thing. Like if I wanted to put like a belt on and just like wear it as like, you know, a little t-shirt dress or something, I could. And we can't even fit into an adult size small. I mean, I go generally I wear a medium. Sometimes I wear a small. Depends on the brand of t-shirt, right? Like a lot of them are the same brand when you buy like a t-shirt with a logo on it. So if I know the brand, or if I see what brand it is, I can usually like figure out my sizing. Okay. But yeah, for me, it was like I always got clothes that were too large for me as gifts because I'm a small person, and people were like, "Oh, you wear a large, right?" And I'm like, "No, demonstrably untrue." Okay. Next batch. So that was the first batch. We finished the bowl for the first batch. How many cookies are on that tray? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 15 cookies per tray. So 15, 5, 10, 15. I have a whole other tray right here ready to go. All right, we're good. We're good. I said I wanted to rotate those cookies. I do want to do that. I wanted to do that a few moments ago. I wanted to do that 1 full minute ago. But I did not. So these are starting to look nice around the outside. I feel like we're going to only need another... I don't think these are going to take 12 more minutes. They look pretty good now. I'm going to pull these after... I'm going to give these 2 more minutes, which would be 10 total minutes. If I pull these after 2 more minutes, that'll be 10 total. So not as many as the recipe calls for, but again, my oven's been hot for a while, and I am just using the visual clues and seeing that they look golden brown around the edges, just full stop. They look like what it says they're supposed to look like. So I'm going to trust that that's true and pull them out. Whose knows this? Clothes and shoes are the bane of my existence. Yeah, listen, there's a reason I wear the same exact style and size Levi's all the time. Like, when you find something that works for you really well, you just stick with it clothing-wise. Cyborg says, I turn to big clothes into crop tops or wear them as dresses or somehow otherwise modify. Smart. Probably works better for folks going for a femme fit, though. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have more, like, flexibility in sort of the way that I dress like that. But, like, I appreciate that, and I would love to, like, I don't know, wear more loose clothing or, like, you know, things that I like, dress type of material or cut. I don't necessarily feel comfortable doing that. I mean, physically I would feel very comfortable, but, like, I don't know. These are my emotional support pants. It's gonna keep them in place, you know what I mean? A velvet t-shirt! Oriah! That's incredible. A velvet t-shirt is incredible. I know what you mean when you say, like, sensory hell. I don't like the feel of velvet at all. When I touch velvet, I get chills. And not like, oh, that's exciting. I mean, like, chills. Like, oh, that was deeply uncomfortable type of chills. It really messes with my like sense of, like, those types of nerves. All right, so these look good, right? These look pretty. I would say these are golden brown around the outside. I really would. Okay, let's pull these out. I'm gonna put those on a cool down tray. I'll come back over here for just a moment. And let's get my next round of cookies in the oven. And then we'll get them in. Expensive soft velvet is not that. Yeah, expensive, like, nice, like, I don't know, really fine velvet seems kind of nice. Broccoli says, I buy men's mediums because I prefer loose clothing. I have really broad shoulders for a woman. Think 1940s and 1980s shoulder pads. Except I don't need the pads. Excellent. The shoulder pads, like the power suits from the 1980s, that is an absolute specific vibe. You can always test outfits on stream. I could. But also, there's this like, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, numbers. I could. I feel like I mainly appreciate when someone else has a good outfit on. I'm the type of person who's like, I'm gonna wear the same black pants and black t-shirt every day, but if you have like a new accessory that you haven't worn before, like I'm gonna spot it and I'm gonna compliment you on it. Like I appreciate the sort of, I like style and outfits and all of that, but I tend to keep my own sartorial choices a lot simpler. Who's knows says the day I find clothes that are taller and long enough and fit well will be the day hell freezes over and pigs fly. I hope one of these days when I see a pig flying by, we'll know. When we see a pig flying by, we're gonna know a lot of things. That statement has been applied to other scenarios before. All right, I'm not pressing these as much as the last ones. We'll let these sort of spread on their own. Naturally, I am going to throw a little bit of salt on top of these like we did the last ones. And now the ones that just came out of the oven, let's maybe get those once I take those off the tray, I'm going to put a bit of parchment paper underneath of the wire rack that I'm going to sit them on, and we'll drizzle the honey on them at that time. Okay, these are gone in the oven. Gone in the oven. And we're going to set a timer for 5 minutes and another timer for 10. We're going to start both at the same time, and at 5 minutes I'm going to rotate that tray. And in the time between then, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep rolling out this cookie dough. Okay, so I want to get one more tray worth of cookie dough here. And then once I have one tray worth of cookies, so I only need 4 more out of here. We'll take those cookies that I just took out of the oven off the tray. I'll put them on the cooling rack and I'll drizzle some honey on those. Joe, welcome in. Good to have you. Cyborg says, I get it. Even though I feel physically comfy without bras and truly believe it should be acceptable not to wear them, there are many situations where I feel it's societally required for me to wear them, and I hate it. Yeah, and if you don't want to be like subjected to the male gaze 100% of the time, when anybody is like, whatever, like, yeah, I get it. There's like a comfort level too, like a personal, I can exist in the world in this way. Here's how I'm showing up today, and I feel comfortable existing that way. Totally. I feel you. We're going to know a lot and somehow nothing. That is God. Welcome to Twitch. Rocky says, I never owned a Macintosh, but anyone else here old enough to remember the flying toasters they had? Yeah, that was the inspiration for Nyan Cat. Which, if you don't know what that is, please just don't tell me. I don't need to know. Okay, one more, and then we'll drizzle some honey. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, the gosh darn patriarchy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're pretty crappy, huh? The plot twist, who's nose says men will still look even if you wear a bra. That is true. That is true. I'm always, it's wild to me. I live in the city, right? So I have the opportunity to see a lot of people on a regular basis, and it never, without fail, when you see someone who's literally existing, a female presenting human, walk by like a guy who's just standing there, 9 of the 10 times, that guy's on his phone and doesn't even notice. But the 10th time, they look. They always look, and you always see it. You can see it. You see the person on the sidewalk, you look to the side, and you're like, there's a guy there, and you just wait, and you wait for the stare, and it happens, and it always happens. So you're right. Any men who are listening and are like, I'm offended. Okay. Cool. Nyan Cat, yes. Emotional support, exactly. Broccoli. Broccoli's like off the top rope. Speaking of WrestleMania, most of the guys I see in the grocery store have bigger moves than my pitiful lady moves. Yes, that's also true. Yeah, you can feel, and that's not just, I mean, yes, that is a woman thing, of course. You know, I think it's like, usually someone can tell if someone's staring at you. Or like, you just know. I don't know. I wear weird shit in public regularly. And I don't mean that like anything odd or like off, like really super weird. I mean like giant purple sunglasses that look like bugs, like a bug. Right? And I know, and like I can feel people looking at me, and all I'm doing is wearing sunglasses. Like, they're not even sexualizing me, they're just looking at the weirdo on the street, which is fine. And yeah, it's like, how much of that do you want to invite into your life versus how much are you just like gonna deal with out of the course of the fact that that's the world. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. 22 grams. All right, we have 4, 3 seconds, 2, 1. Let's rotate. I'm gonna rotate these cookies in the oven here. Yeah, it's not hard. Like glancing, so there's a very big difference between I notice somebody that is in my space or my periphery, right? And I'm staring at somebody. If someone's walking by on the sidewalk and you look up and you register them, and you're not like lasciviously like, what's the crossword answer? Ogling, whatever, however you say it. That's fine. You're just like, you're seeing another human. There's another human in the world. It's totally normal. Yeah, the staring is weird. The staring is always like, ew. You gross. Okay. These cookies are ready to get a little bit of honey on them, I think. So let's do this. I'm going to put these on a tray. These are still a little warm, which is good. The tray is a little warm. The tray will cool down pretty quickly now that I have it sitting directly on the counter. Oh, perfect. This, like, really perfectly sits right on that tray. I love it. Okay, scrape this off. And now let's get a bit of, we're gonna let this tray cool. So I'm not gonna put more cookies directly on here yet because it's still warm. What I am gonna do is get out some parchment paper and put it underneath of this tray, and we're gonna drizzle a little bit of honey just on the top of these cookies. So I'm not, this is just to keep it off the, it's just to keep the honey off the counter for now. Okay, how do I do this? Let's put some honey in a bowl. Here's what I'm gonna do with this. I'm gonna throw some of this honey in a bowl. Instead of doing like the drizzle with the container, I'm gonna use honey. I am gonna use like a honey dripper, whatever. I'm gonna use the honey stick that we keep in the bag of charcuterie things. But that is much easier to control. Twenderollas tries to do a lemon bar recipe. Mistakes were made. Batch 2 will be tomorrow. Good. What mistakes were made and what have you learned? Tatsu says, I love it when people wear shit. Then my ADHD dives in and I stare, but my brain is logged out and is on another level of existence. I mean, I think partially, like, if I wear something that is, I know is going to get someone to look at me, like, I'm kind of wearing it for that reason, so I'm, like, aware of it. But I think that's not what we're talking, that's not what we're talking about. Like, if you're just getting stared at because you're wearing sweatpants and you're outside just because you're, like, there, that's a little different, Mariah says, I walk with a cane and wear glasses and stuff like that, too. I'm already being stared at either way, so I may as well be comfy. Agree. Hard agree. Hard agree. Especially if you feel like people are judging you for it, then it's like, well, judge away. Go ahead. I'm about to meet all these men on the hill, right? There's a lot of them up there. There's a lot of them up there. All right. I'm drizzling honey on here as lightly as possible. Some of these have like one big glob on them, which is okay. So these now just have like a honey drizzle. And we'll let those sit. The next ones are going to come out of the oven in about 30 seconds. We'll let those sit on the rack. Let me get another tray ready to go here. We'll take those out of the oven shortly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and because I can't count 6. All right, there we go. I didn't count the right way. I didn't count linearly. We're counting with our heart. All right, let's push. I'm going to flatten these. We're going to put a little bit of salt on here. I'm going to pop these straight away in the oven. So when I open the oven, we're going to take one tray out and put another tray right in, and that's going to be the next step here. These look like they're pretty forgiving in terms of like their shaping. I say that, and some of these are going to stick together because I definitely put them too close, but that's okay. As long as they can be pulled apart, we're all good. I don't need to fret if they're like a little bit touching on the edge. It's like when someone's leg is touching you in a packed bus and you're just like, you know what? Gotta go with it. All right, take these out of the oven. These look beautiful, brown around the edges. Ooh, almost a disaster. And let's take these and we'll put those in. Set a timer for 10, set a timer for 5, and we're good to go. Let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling cookies here. Actually, let's not. I was going to say let's do the honey on those, but they need to cool in the tray for a few minutes, about 5 or so. It says let them cool in the baking sheet, so we'll do that. Yeah, Baker. The next batch is always the solution, right? I will fall on the sword. You're about to be pushed onto it. Yeah, this sword will see justice, or this sword will see violence. Oh, is it too passive? Sorry. Broccoli, the silicone baking mats are amazing. I love them so much. I'm definitely a convert to the baking mats. They were a long time coming. I didn't have them. I didn't use them for a long time just because I didn't own them. When I bought these sheet pans, so these sheet pans were new at the beginning of Cookie Club. I think I actually bought them for Cookie Club specifically. And I bought the mats for them as well. And I absolutely love them. I don't love cleaning them. They're a little, it's weird because they're annoying to clean, but like scrubbing baked on crap off of a sheet pan is also really annoying. So it's like, it's easier to clean the baking mat and the sheet pan than it is to clean like just a really messed up sheet pan. I'm having a hard time talking today. All right, we're rolling here. We're doing great with our rolling process. I did set a timer for the cookies in the oven, thankfully. One of these times I'm not going to set a timer for the cookies in the oven. So, I don't know. Nordic ware sheet pans, Avo, you fancy. Those are supposed to be nice, right? They're not like high end, right? But they're like good sheet pans that you can get, that are accessible to normal people. Is how I understand Nordic ware, right? They're on sale. Yes, an eighth of the sheet pan. The eighth sheet pans are kind of my favorite ones. Because those are the ones where it's like, I just need to warm up like a sandwich in the oven. And I don't have a toaster oven, so I don't have the luxury of doing that. Heap pans. Yeah, that too. Matt. Yeah, 20% off is good. I like 20% off. I think when things go on sale like that, it's always nice because you're like, man, I wasn't going to pay full price for that, but I will now. Where did I go? Last fall, I was doing a trip with a bunch of friends of mine. We went where we were was a Le Creuset factory store, and they had a bunch of stuff that was like so cheap. And several of my friends bought things there. I did not. I restrained myself, which was good. That was necessary in that moment. But it was funny. So I was like, this stuff is not this cheap. I was like, how is it this inexpensive? Yeah, the Nordic ones are super sturdy. The ones I have now are, I forget what they are. I bought them from a kitchen supply store, so they're like a good quality. Mrs. T's, I think, or maybe Mrs. T's is a type of pierogi. That's not right. I forget what they are. But they've been pretty good. The ones that I'm staging these cookies on right now are super crappy. They buckle when I put them on top of the stove. Like literally, if I have them sitting on the burners on the top of the stove, they'll like, and the stove is like ripping hot, they'll buckle there. They're absolute garbage for baking. They've always been garbage for baking on. I think I got them at Target forever ago. Web Restaurant Supply. I love that place. Oh my God. Talk about a website that is absolutely horrible, but so fun to browse. Their website is so bad. It's like unnavigable. All right. I'm gonna rotate these cookies in here. The one in the middle that I sort of tried to move and then got like misshapen is shockingly misshapen. Okay, 5 minutes left on those. We're gonna roll 2 more cookies, and then we'll take the ones that are on the tray off the tray. We'll drizzle those with honey, and we'll get our next tray ready to go. I'm just making sure I've got 22 grams per cookie. I want them to be all the same. This is how we do. Mr. T has a wife. Yes. Turns out she is the one who pities the fool. Ooh, that sheet pan is still a little hot. Let's not. I'll tell you what kind of sheet pans these are in just a second when I take the cookies off of this one and can look at it. It's the same company that made the silicone mats that I have on the sheet pan. They came together in fact, of a set. Velos, I heard my favorite word, pierogi. Hey, you know what I was just looking at? I was just looking just the other day at the Pittsburgh Pierogi Fest and deciding Pittsburgh Pierogi Fest is just over. Pittsburgh from me, distance-wise, is just over 4 hours away, and I was deciding if it was worth driving to Pittsburgh for one day to go to Pittsburgh Pierogi Fest to do like an IRL there. I decided that it was not because it's expensive. It's just like I couldn't. Pierogi Fest itself, by the way, is $7. $7 the tickets, but it would be a lot to drive there. What expensive would be staying overnight on like one of the nights, either Friday or Saturday, somewhere, and then coming home. Like I would love to do that, but I just can't justify. I can't justify the cost of doing it as much as I want to go. I would stream it. I was looking at it for like an IRL stream, and it would probably be like, I don't know, overall in it would cost me like $100 to do that. Or no, a little more than 100. What, say 50 for gas, 100 for a hotel room for the night, and $7 for the Pierogi Fest ticket. Samikian, welcome in. Grilled cheese, whose knows? Hell yeah. Love grilled cheese. Hamilton Beach toaster oven. I have heard of those. Hamilton Beach was one of the ones that I was considering when I was looking at an air fryer. I wanted an air fryer / toaster oven combo. I think Hamilton Beach has one of those. Baker, pierogi sounds yummy all the time. Cyborg, I could do a chat for fundraiser for Pierogi Fest. You know, can I be really honest with y'all? Like, I thought about it. I've thought about doing a like monthly or some sort of like thing where it's like, hey, I want to go to this thing. But I'm going to be really honest, y'all. I've never done that before. I've been streaming for almost 3 years. I have asked for subs. Never. I have asked. I did a subathon during September last year because folks were like, you should do a subathon. You should do that. And I did. And I'm going to be super, super honest that it felt really weird. It felt really weird doing that and asking people to like donate money. So like I would love to do that, but then I would have weirdness about it. I would feel, I don't know. I feel weird about asking for money in that context, just like in general, right? Because it's like, hey, do you guys want to watch me go to this thing? Like, that's just I don't know. I feel weird about it. I always feel weird about, I don't know. So tell me otherwise. Like, I feel like I haven't ever been streaming to like make money specifically. Do you know what I mean? So, Cyborg, hey, thank you for the tip. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, especially like these days, you know, folks are sort of looking ahead and seeing sort of economic disaster, or not even looking ahead. But I don't know. It's a me issue, honestly. I would have weirdness about it. I know. It's a weird thing because I'm like, I like that y'all show up. Let me just be like super clear. I love that you do. I love that people come in and I love that people chat. And I really appreciate being able to like go live and stream and have folks who are friends, you know, in some capacity in this digital world. And I do. I really enjoy that. And I have never asked for things of financial nature. So it would feel odd to me. I know, and I don't know. It's totally optional. People can support whatever they want. Right, totally. Yeah, I think part of it is that I like the folks who are here. And I know that if I started doing more toward subathons and like more, if I had a much more financial focus on stream, I feel like some folks may not want that and may be turned off by that. And obviously some folks would be turned off by it. You know, if a streamer I loved all of a sudden started doing, you know, consistent pitches for money, I might be a little put off. I don't know, it depends. I watch a lot of charity streamers and they're not shy about it, so that's also for charity, so it's a little easier. But I don't know. That's my like long rambling mouth fart essay about all of that. But I have an interest in things like that. I have a lot of stuff that I've looked up that's on the calendar. Or not on the calendar, but a lot of things that are like, you know, within a 6-hour drive of here, like festivals, things like that, that I'm sort of triangulating whether or not I could swing it. I'm kind of looking out through like September at the moment. All right. Toss these in the oven. 5 and 10. 5, wait, nope. 10 and 5. There we go. Bud Charlie says, I hate asking people for money too. I get it. Yeah, totally. Plus, you should. The only way, should not about the canvas said the only way to justify the cost is how much we love camping. Right. And if you, I mean, for me, a tent like that, if you're going to use it for more than a few years, it's good, you know? People got to feed their kids and pay the bills. Yeah, Araya, I think part of my hesitation is all my own. It really is. It has nothing to do with y'all. Y'all have been consistently generous if I've, you know, y'all have been consistently generous just like in general. So I don't know. We'll see. I feel like it's the type of thing too where I don't want to ask and not meet the goal. If I'm like, hey, you know, if we can do, you know, if we get like $150 for this thing, we could do this thing, we can go to this event and end up getting like 90, right? Then it feels weird if I don't do it because it's like, hey, you just got a bunch of money. But like, I guess what I could do, I just had a thought, and this faceless person is rambling again. I had the thought that maybe I could just be like, look, we're going to do a general IRL fund, you know, we're going to do a general goal, financial goal for this thing. And once we meet the goal, then we'll do the thing. Not have it be for a specific event, if that makes sense. Or like, hey, it's for an event, but like if we don't get Pierogi Fest, then, you know, we'll do the Strawberry Fest in June instead. Right? Only the hot tub streamer's big. I could do that. I'm not above that. But as stated before, if I did a hot tub stream, it would just be me with the water up to here. I'm just enjoying the bubbles all around me. All right, we have cookies in the oven. Timer's going. Let's roll some more cookies because I am gonna pretty soon need to get that tray out of the oven, and I don't have enough cookies to put on the next tray. And we're almost done rolling the cookies today. Like we're almost finished with like cookie rolling process, right? Sarah says, what if I had an alternative option? Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was talking about, was the like, you know, what if it was just a general goal and once we met it, we planned something? That would work too. And I would cover some of the cost of those types of things myself. Hot tub category stream, but just sous videing something. What if we did sous vide in a hot tub? Like a real, would that work? I don't think that would work. It's not hot enough and the water temperature is not consistent enough. Scuba gear. Right? One of our regular viewers is named Scuba Cat, and I'm sure they would appreciate a long-term subscriber. Yeah, who knows? I feel like that. I mean, that honestly, I think that would be the way that I would go. It wouldn't be a specific like thing. I'd rather just do like, hey, once we hit this number, we'll do something, right? Rocky says, I would never ask for money either. I'd beg for food before money, and even then I'd offer to do something in return for it. Yeah, I feel like I see so many people with all sorts of financial goals on stream. And I'm in a weird place. I'm gonna be a little honest here. Not that I'm not honest generally, but like I don't work full time, right? I do freelance stuff, and if stream were to be more lucrative for me, if I know it could be if I put more effort into it in terms of like time. If I wanted to try to make stream more of a financial pillar in my life, I feel like it would change a lot of things around how I do the stream. And I would need to dedicate more time off stream to doing it. Like I would need to dedicate more time to figuring out campaigns and like what feels good and how to make those work and blah blah blah. And like maybe I should do that. Maybe I could. I know I could do that. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. Like I don't have a full-time job. I don't work every day. It's not like if I made more money from Twitch, I wouldn't hate it, and I would probably stream more and have more specific like financially related things on the stream. But I would also be, I don't know. I would do more things that other streamers do, right? Which I don't do specifically, like a subathon, things like that. Cyberbook says, I generally try to sub and support folks I watch on Twitch as much as I can. Like you're providing me hours and hours of entertainment. I want to support folks who are entertaining me. I do too. I do the same things that work. I have a couple tier 3 subs that are out in the world, folks that I don't always watch, but who, when they are live and I can be there, I will enthusiastically be part of their stream. I have two tier 3 subs currently that exist on a monthly basis. It's very hard to cooking streamers make an income doing it. More power to you if you can, Velas. Yeah, completely agree with you. Agree with you, Broccoli. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Look at those. Some of those folks are familiar. Blue-eyed nerd, fellow streamer. Catabell was here the other day. Sarah is literally here right now. Or was here moments ago. You could have a stream where you yell at us about politics. I totally could. I was thinking the other day, so I've been not discussing this, but I brought this up to, I don't mean to out y'all, but I did bring this up to our moderators in our super top secret moderator chat the other day, that I was thinking of planning some types of sub-only streams, which I don't always love, but I also, like, if you're not a subscriber, you just don't see that person's online. Anyway, I was thinking of doing some more of those in like unplanned format. Meaning, like, I kind of log on and do, either admin work or like reviewing clips or things like that, right? Like things that are not necessarily content that I want to do as part of like a formal stream, but something I think would be fun to do on stream. And I was thinking about, from the financial perspective, doing that as like a sub-only thing, or having that be some sort of financial gatekeeping. And God, that feels dirty to say. It really does. It feels really bad. So secret, he tells us. Right. Well, I mean, if I'm going to do them, listen, Araya, the other thing is if I'm going to do something that's sub only, I'm going to tell people about it. And I'm going to be like, hey, you should sub. Because that way you can come. I know that you're a food and drink streamer, but if you do more streams, it would make sense if you were to have like chit chat streams. Totally. And that's, who knows, that's what I'm talking about. When I'm saying, like, if I wanted to do more streaming more full time, I would need to commit to doing it. And I would have to do it more than cooking, because you can't cook all the time. I'm a home cook. I don't do this professionally. And, Cookie Club is a big thing. Cookie Club is a lot of work, and it is nice to make all these cookies, but like, I can't do that a couple times a week. So I would definitely do more thing, you know, and I have plans to do that. One of my it's rising higher to the top of my to-do list, but creating of several new like just chatting screens where we can like videos and things like that are the focus, as opposed to like this kitchen setup. That is coming up. It's not the next thing on my to-do list, but it's the thing after that. The next thing on my to-do list is more improvements for IRL stuff, which I'm going to do this week because we have an IRL coming up on Saturday. Hopefully, if the weather's nice, we're going to go to the Southeast Asian food market, and it's going to be super fun. And hopefully, I haven't heard from them, but hopefully I'll be doing that with someone else in present there. So it'll be a more engaging, collaborative type of stream. Yeah, Broccoli, that's part of the big part of it too, is I have a schedule around like kid stuff. You know, I can't always, I have to be available to Calvin. I have to be available to like be picking up from school, like that type of thing. I can't, you know, when we look at, you know, there's some streamers out there, like it would be hard. I probably want to do something more like what I would love to have. So one of the streamers who I really admire for their consistency and just their general content at all, who's been in stream several times, is rated before, Gingerbread Beauty, does just chatting streams. She has an extremely regular schedule and then does streams outside of that, right? Like, hey, you know, we're going to be doing a random thing tomorrow because I'm going to be at this place. Like, and I like, you know, she has a great schedule. I would love to, if I was going to do something more formal, or more of a full-time nature, I would try to have some type of schedule of that nature. Does that make sense? What other hobbies do you have? Oh, several. Camping is a big one. Oh, I scheduled a camping stream. It's on the calendar. Speaking of new streams, it's on the calendar somewhere in the future. If the weather holds out, we're going to go camping. We're do an IRL. We're finally going to go camping. We're going to do some campsite cooking. We're going to do some hiking. My goal is to do a whole, like, a hiking. Basically, my goal is to take y'all on a camp out. Like, the full thing. Not, you know, not overnight. We're not going to do just sleeping in the tent, because I don't have enough battery for that. But I want to do, you know, campsite. I want to do some cooking and then some hiking. And I booked the site. So I booked the site at a place I know that has cell phone reception, because I've been there before. And it also has, I booked an electric site so that I can plug in and charge batteries while I'm there, so we don't lose reception, or we don't lose power. All right, next round of cookies in the oven. Here we go. Whoa. Oh, hold on. Salt. So, yeah, I feel like, you know, with regard to streaming and that type of thing, I'm sort of doing what I enjoy. The stream community and the folks that come through on a regular basis has grown, and I'm very appreciative of that, generally speaking. I don't want anybody to take away from this conversation that I don't get enough out of stream financially. Because financial has never really been the primary motivating factor for me streaming. So just FYI. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. Honeydew stuff. Oh man, Broccoli, that's familiar. I know that. Yeah, Baker, the spontaneous streams are great. Like, if you have the ability to, if you have a regular schedule and then you have a spontaneous stream, it is fun. Like, it is nice to be able to, like, do that as well. I don't have spontaneity generally speaking. I'm not a spontaneous person. Makeup artist, Soraya. Heck yeah, that's super fun too. I enjoy the folks that do like cosplays and things like that.
I'm in danger.
You're gonna be popular.
Oh no! We have an ad coming. I can't stop it! I'm so sorry! Let's play some words on stream while we put these next cookies together.
Hi.
Sorry.
Welcome to another edition of
Thank you,
Commercials I Hate.
SoFlop. I appreciate it. Talk about not paying attention. Cut to me missing an entire ad, despite the fact that I have all the tools available to show me when that's coming. Sigh. Okay, well, that's all right. Did I start the timer for those cookies? At least I started the timer for those other cookies. Thank gosh. Thank gosh. Okay. Those look good. These are still hot. H-O-T. Hot. H-A-W-T, actually. Hot. Okay. Yeah, the honey has started soaking into these quite nicely. Which I am very pleased about because it'll make this whole process, it'll make the packaging process easier. I don't think I'm going to need to put parchment paper on the top of these. Okay. So I'm stacking these cookies on the tray over here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. I have 15, 30, 45 cookies already. Oh my god. I have 45 cookies on that tray already, and I still have dough in the bowl, cookies in the oven, and cookies on this cooling tray. I think we're gonna, there's gonna be, I just made a lot of cookies, holy shit. I think this made more than I accounted for, which is not a bad problem to have, but it's also not a problem, generally speaking. It is what it is. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. We're cruising into the end here, by the way, the end of the cookie scenario. I've got about one batch of this left. I'm going to start rolling slightly larger cookies because at this point I have enough cookies to do Cookie Club packages either in the oven, out of the oven, or on the tray. I'm good. I've got enough. We're set here. So I'm gonna make these like 30-gram cookies because the next ones are only going to be for the house. I'm gonna make, let's see. Yeah, let's start doing some larger cookies. Let me confirm that that's true. So we're gonna do 3 cookies per package. I need 17 packages. So I need 10, 20, 30, 7, 14, 21, 30, and 21 is 51. I need 51 cookies. I have 5, 10, 15, 30, 45. Okay, so I have plenty of cookies on the tray. And I have plenty of cookies in the tray, plenty of cookies, wait, wrong one. There we go. Plenty of cookies in the oven. Let me rotate the cookies in the oven. Okay, so with the cookies that are there, with the cookies that are on this tray, I have enough for Cookie Club. So we're going to start doing 30-gram cookies now. just so that they're a little larger. These are the ones that I'm going to take, that I'm going to put in the freezer. So we're definitely going to freeze some of these because there are a lot of them left. Angry Rook, hello. I'm willing to help. I believe you. Here's what happened. I made a triple batch of this, but like a triple batch of this made way more. Yeah, the calculation about how the size of the cookies and the number of cookies per batch was under, which is great. That's fine. I'd rather have extra than not have enough. I was worried that if I did larger cookies, I wouldn't have enough dough for the cookies that I needed. Now we know that that's not true, and I can happily say that we will have leftover cookie dough that I can put in the freezer, which is amazing. Love that. Angry Rook, it's funny. I've been thinking about chess so much recently. Calvin started playing it and is very enthusiastic about it. 1, he's very good at it. 2, good at it insofar as like he checkmated me the other day in like 8 or 9 moves. And he was like, I learned how to do that on the internet. And I was like, shut up. You little shit. Anyway, the other day I was like, listen, I'm not a good competitor for you in this. I was like, I am going to try to get better. I'm going to try to improve at chess so that you and I can play because I like playing him. What the voice? What the hell? I hate songs with words in them on stream. But I was like, I'm going to commit to getting better. So I've been like watching some YouTube videos about chess. I've just been like consuming information, chess information, right? Like a couple like, 10 best tricks, 5 great openings to use, blah, blah, blah. And I'm excited to play him again because I want to show him what I know. But what we've landed on, and y'all are going to laugh at me. We've landed on, because we play timed, right? And we used to do like 10 minutes per person right now. And I always lost on time. I just lost on time. Now when we play, we do a timed game. I get 30 minutes. He gets 10. And the other day I won on time. And I was like, Jess, I fucking beat you. I was so happy about it. Then he reminded me that I had 20 more minutes than he did on the clock. But I was like, listen, I don't consume chess culture. I don't consume all of the content that you consume. I don't see the board the same way you do. It takes me a while to like determine and figure out the position. Once I do that, I'm fine. Like I can make a smart move. It takes me a while because I don't see the move. Like I don't have a backlog or a history, right? We take our victories where you can get them. Totally take your victory where you can get them. Listen, there are 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds who are better at chess than most people on Earth. Chess is one of those games where you do not need to be, there's no age where it's like, there's no cutoff, lower end cutoff for being good. It's just, do you know the moves and can you see the board? And if you can see the board and make the smart move, it doesn't matter how old you are. Bellis was in chess club in high school. I was obsessed with it. Excellent. Broccoli Hubby used to play chess and was damn good, but he's off playing cribbage. Cribbage is fun. I've never played cribbage. I hear that's also a very skilled scenario. You have to sort of know all the nooks and crannies. Broccoli says chess tournaments are all filled with Russian and Chinese kids with helicopter parents who make it intolerable. I firmly believe. We went to the park. There's one little nubbin of dough left in here, and I'm gonna eat. Sunday afternoon in the park in the park in the center of the city, Rittenhouse Square. We've been there. We've been there on stream several times. That park has, on Sundays, has chess players. There's like a group that meets there to play chess regularly. And I took Calvin there last weekend on Sunday. And he went 1 and 2. He played, the first person he played, he beat, who was like an older, not older, who was like, I don't know, someone in their 20s or 30s. An adult. He played all adult. He beat that person. And then the next person he played, you know, they all talk about their ratings and what rating are you, blah, blah, blah. And the next person he played was like a extremely high rating, and he lost in like a few moves. And then he played someone else and lost in like a large, like a respectable number of moves. But there was a guy there who was like, my daughter is a grandmaster, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is her name. She's written a bunch of books. I didn't remember or catch what this person's name was. But he beat Calvin in 9 moves, something like that. It was like, he was like, I'm going to do this. He was like, I'm going to do this to you and you're not going to be able to get out of it. And Calvin was like, okay, whatever. And then like the guy did it and he was like, oh. It was funny. It was kind of fun though. Cribbage was something I love playing with my grandparents. And Mom Baker says, I think we still have the old boards around somewhere. I've never played cribbage, but I understand. I do. My take on cribbage, from what I gather, is that it's also a pretty complicated game. Easy. What's the term? Easy to understand, difficult to master. Something like that. All right. So we have all of our cookies that are going out for Cookie Club done. We're finished with those. I put them in, I put the leftover, or the extras, not leftovers. You can't have leftovers if they're not even cooked yet. I put all of the extras in the freezer for now so that I've got, so I can put those in the cookie stash later on. And we're gonna honey these that are currently here. And again, the honey's soaked in to those first ones, so I'm pretty enthusiastic about having the honey on here just in general. It's soaked in and looked pretty good on all those first rounders. I'm also just going to do the honey for these while it's right here on the tray, because this is the last I'm using this tray, and it's going to just get washed after this, so I might as well just do these right on the tray. Hey! Mr. Miami, welcome in. Good to have you. Happy Tuesday. Richards has tournaments and no kids in them. Old school game most people don't know how to play outside of the Midwest. When you say cribbage tournaments just don't have any kids, that I believe. Whereas chess is like probably a mix of people. Are there any children that play like poker tournaments, professional poker tournaments? Is that a thing that you can do when you're a child? I assume not. I assume it's just like, no, this is gambling and therefore illegal. All right, let me wash my hands here while we're working on it. Time is 5:45. Let's think about dinner right now. What's dinner? Dinner is going to be meatballs, which are made. All I need to do is throw them in a pan. Carrots, which are also, I just need to cut them up. And I'm going to throw some olive oil, salt, pepper, herbs, dates. I'm going to chop some dates up. We're going to put a little bit of pomegranate molasses on those. And I also want to make some type of grain. So let's do this. We're going to let these cookies cool for just a little bit longer on these racks over here. And while I'm letting these cookies cool, before we package them, I'm going to get dinner in the oven. because dinner needs to roast in the oven for a little while. And while it's roasting, I can package cookies. That's gonna be the right move, because that way I can make the dinner that I had planned and let these cookies cool a little longer. And that will be just the most ideal cadence of things. Okay, so these all look good. I'm gonna get these all onto the wire rack. The tray on the wire rack. I hear noises. Someone subscribed. Thank you. I'm gonna say hi to you directly and thank you directly and look into the camera and call you out by name in just a moment. Okay. All right, here it comes. Broccoli says, I never wanted to learn how to play cribbage, but I used to be pretty good at poker. Copies on me. Thank you for the Prime resub. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I hope the tent is as fun for you as it is for us. I also hope that the tent wasn't a surprise and I've just ruined it. Lunari, baby, welcome in. Good to have you. BB. I always just assume that BB stands for baby, but maybe not. I thought sports betting was legal in Pennsylvania. It is, but I don't think it is if you're like 10. You can enter a chess tournament when at any age, but I don't know if you have to be 18 to enter like a World Series of Poker tournament, right? Daisy is staying away today. I haven't seen Daisy all day. Daisy will be around momentarily here because we're going to get out some carrots and oh no, I ruined. Ah! I'm sorry. You can't tell me anything. I think, hold on. I got you. I have something for you too. There you go. Sorry. Let's make dinner. We're gonna make some dinner before we package up these cookies, because if I've learned anything about the cookies, it's that they're best packaged when they're completely cool. So let's do that. Like I said, dinner is going to be super easy. Several things in the oven. I'm not even turning the oven off. It's just going to be there. All the cookies are over here on the counter. We have lots and no more in the oven. Okay, we are truly done. The oven is empty of cookies. Let's get some type of grain out. Grain. Let's do meatballs. Go with what? What do we want? Farro? Probably farro, right? Yeah, farro. Because farro, you make like pasta. Let's see. Farro, you make like pasta, and then we'll do do that in a pot. So just a little bit of where's that pot? There it is. This is the farro pot. This is like the crappy, not crappy. It's just it's a pot of. This is just a crap. Crappy is the right word. It's a crappy pot. We'll do the farro in there. Farro you cook basically just like spaghetti. It is or like pasta. You just put it in a pot of water, let it boil for a little while. Make sure the water is salted, and then you have farro at the end of it. It cooks for maybe like 20 or so minutes, so not that long. We're going to do farro, and then we'll do I'm going to put the meatballs in a cast iron pan in the oven, and we'll also put the carrots. In the oven. Carrots, meatballs, farro, and that's it. That's just going to be dinner today. Maybe I'll mix some. Oh, I'm going to mix the spinach with the farro. Because we'll put the spinach in the farro and kind of mix it up while it's hot, so that the spinach comes down, gets smaller, wilts is the right term that I'm looking for. We'll put the spinach in the farro once the farro is done, and that'll be tasty. Let's put some salt in the farro water before I forget. Much like pasta, it is worth salting. And then farro, we'll put a quarter cup of dry is 45. So 1 cup of farro is 180 grams. So let's do a cup and a half. That's 270. Yeah, cup and a half of farro. This gets larger. It expands a little bit in the water. And also, I don't want leftovers. Hi, Selen. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love this shirt. I was saying earlier, I feel like this shirt, by virtue of having its sort of zipper effect, is very like slimming. Brocky says, I swear if I have stuff that's use it or lose it, it goes into the slumgullion. Which really has no recipe, but just gets boiled in soup. Yeah, I treat soup like that very often, where it's like, well, what other stuff that I got that I can toss in here? That is true. That is exactly how it works. J Monk, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. Happy Tuesday. I'm going to get herbs out. So the herbs will go into the farro. These are leftover herbs from yesterday. We'll put the herbs in there. We'll put the spinach in there. We'll put some carrots in the oven. Daisy's now very much around. I think she heard me say the word carrot earlier. And the meatballs. Now, the other day, I put the cast iron. The cast iron pan was for onions, so I'm going to put that back in the oven to warm up. I'm going to put the meatballs right into that pan, and then we'll just put it back into the oven after that. The oven's at 350 right now, so I should be able to bake the meatballs at 350 for a good amount of time, and those will be done. I don't know if I'm going to put any sauce or anything on the meatballs. I don't think so, but I think I'm just going to bake them. I got them from Reading Terminal. They seemed very... they were well seasoned anyway. I didn't pay for the meatballs. I was there. It was a very weird experience also, which I'm still sort of like parsing out in my head. Let me rinse these carrots briefly. They have a little bit of dirt on them. So I gotta rinse them off and give them a little scrub. We're gonna get one for Daisy too. She can also have a carrot. She's here. Hey, this will be our first Daisy cam on the new camera. She's gonna be super excited. She's gonna be in like high def. She's never been in high def before. She's always been on the less good camera. Okay, we've got carrots. I'm just going to roast those on a sheet pan. I'm going to cut these in 2 quarters. And cut these into quarters. This one's hers, so we'll set that to the side. These ends and tops go in the stock bag, which I've started keeping again in the freezer. That's not a stock bag. What are those? Those are the things we made last night. Calvin said that he had one of the they're not puff pastry. One of the phyllo things that we had for dinner last night for breakfast this morning. He's like, they were really good for breakfast too. Jordy, welcome. Welcome in. She's just like that. She's in high def today. Alley Cat, welcome. I see a Daisy head. I do see a Daisy is here. That's what she's doing. She's just being around. There's carrots on the counter, so she's deeply aware that something's happening. So we're gonna do a couple. I'm quartering these lengthwise. I don't know why, but I imagine these lengthwise today. Grain. I know. I didn't know which grain we were going to do. We're doing farro. It's not that ominous. Jordy, your dog doesn't like carrots? Interesting. Yeah, some dogs are weird. I mean, not weird. Some dogs are super preferential. Our friend's dog really loves apples. Daisy, like, doesn't care. Stuff is kind of funny to me, but, you know, it's how it goes. All right, let's put these in a bowl. Whoa, I'm like... When that camera's zoomed in now, it's like real big. I'm gonna put these in a bowl. I'm gonna put what am I putting on here? I wrote this down. Pomegranate molasses, a little bit of pistachio oil, because I brought this pistachio oil. Where's that molasses? Here it is. Salt. Pepper. It is kind of nice. She just stays right there in one spot while I'm doing this, huh? I don't need this scale anymore. We're finished. Finished with that. Let's put this carrot back. Baker, your dog will not eat carrots, but will run into the kitchen for butter. That's kind of fun. I suppose they just like what you have fed them off the counter, right? Daisy probably just likes carrots because that's what I give her. She is watching every single move. She knows that there's stuff up here. She's very aware. Okay, so we're putting dinner in the oven before packaging the cookies because this is an all oven dinner and I want to be able to like roast it. And I can package the cookies while it's roasting. So I'm adding some pomegranate molasses to this. I'm going to add a little bit of pistachio oil to this. I'm going to add a little bit of regular olive oil, maybe. And then I have some crushed pistachios that I'm going to put on the top of here once they're finished. And a little bit of lemon. Not real lemon. Fake lemon. Roast us! Yes. All right. Now, do I have... I'm going to throw a little bit of dried dill on here as well. If I can find it. There it is. A little bit of dried dill. I'm going to pop these in the oven. I'm going to put them on a sheet pan. Calvin and Gwen just got home. Twinderella, you missed me rinsing off the carrots. It is a thigh cam now. Well, I did have the thought that I could, that this camera is now a lot nicer for, it is a lot more clear and mobile. Yeah, I gotta get rid of the rest of the pistachios. Totally. That's the move. I'm like, hey, I got pistachios. So I'm using all the ones I bought today, which are good, which is great. I used them all for the cookies, and now I'm using them for, I'll use them for dinner as well. Calvin and Gwen just got home. I want to see if maybe Calvin wants to give Daisy a carrot. And if he does not, then we will. And if he does, then he can. Would you like to give Daisy a carrot, Calvin? Hello. Are you otherwise okay to come on stream? Yeah? Okay, you are. He is.
Okay.
All right, these carrots are good. Here they are. We're going to put them in the oven right now before anything else, because otherwise I'll probably forget. Let me also take this cast iron pan out of the oven. And we'll toss the meatballs in there. Beautiful. Okay. Carrots are going in the oven. Let's set a timer for, let's do 20 minutes.
Carrot looks weird.
This is a daisy carrot. Is Daisy a pit bull? Yes, she is. Oh, she doesn't care about Calvin at all in this moment. Look at her. Yeah, see, I can take this. Hold on. There we go. Hold on, let me cut this up. So you can give her like a couple pieces. Here, you give her 2, and then I'm gonna give her 2. Let's make, yeah, come over here. There you go. Asparagus, shaved asparagus, strawberries, and pistachios. I like that. That is very seasonal. We're about to be in asparagus and strawberry season right now. Is she good with other dogs? She is, she's okay with other dogs. She's not aggressive towards other dogs, but she's not interested in other dogs, right? She's just like,
She's just like, oh, there's another.
yeah, they're around and she's around, and you know, and that's sometimes she's into it and sometimes she's not. Yeah, don't leave carrots on the ground. Where she goes. Okay, you want some more, Days? I got more for you. You want to do a trick? Come over here. Oh, no. I don't want that. Come over here. Right there. Calvin, move your body out of the way. So that's where she's. Come here. Come here. Over here. Stop. No. Come here. Sit. Good girl. Did lie down. Okay. Welcome in. Let's see if we can get Daisy to do her weight. She's been very good about weight recently. Here she is. Okay.
Be harder for her with carrots.
Yeah. Sit. Sit. No, I don't want to paw. No, wait. Wait. Good girl. Easy. There she goes. That was a great weight. Yeah, Sarah, I wish I could do the crunch. I wish I had the mic be able to pick that up. I just haven't tweaked the sounds. It's been 3 years and I haven't done that yet, so. Can Daisy wave at the camera? Daisy can give a paw. Sit. Sit. Paw. Good girl. Can you do this paw? Other paw. Good girl. Can you high five? She's like, no, get out of here. She's doing great. Yeah, Baker. They're just like, hey, here's all the tricks that I know. Which one do you want?
Could I have this yet? A cookie yet? Or no?
If you want to try one, go ahead. Yeah.
Test.
Here, this one's perfect.
Oh,
Take that one. Yeah. You too may have one, Gwen. Hold on. Calvin came back with a cookie. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the camera. Everybody's gonna get a cookie here. For those of y'all who are new to stream, this is the rest of the people that live in the house. These are salted honey pistachio cookies.
So I'm assuming the liquid is honey.
Yeah, there's honey on the top. There's honey in it. They're butter, flour, sugar, salt, pistachios, honey, egg, vanilla, and that's it. You asked. Yeah. Jordy, every trick. Yes, if she's got like
Awkward.
Daisy will definitely throw her tricks at you.
I feel like I can taste all of it in one bite. Like I can taste the pistachio, the salt, and the honey all in one bite.
Good.
Which is
I don't think they're as good as some of the cookies I've made, but I do like them a lot.
Dry.
They are a little dry. You can be they're not like, what's the word? Yeah, they're good if you like they'd be really good like dipping in something, I think. All right, we have carrots.
dipping cookies.
We have carrots in the oven. We have farro on the stove now. I'm going to drop that in the water. Farro is in the water. Let's give that. Okay, well, my timer for the carrots has 14 minutes left, so we'll do farro and carrots are on the same timer. They're critics. Well, they are a little drier than other cookies. That's not a knock on them. Doesn't mean that they're not good. It means that their texture. Last month's cookies were like really dry, but also crispy. These are dry, like cakey, like cake sort of dry, if that makes sense. Last month was the bourbon chocolate ones. Yeah, those were really good. Farro, Sarah, is very similar to barley. They're extremely similar. They have, they're both like toothsome. When you chew on them, you get, there's like a bite to them if you've cooked them appropriately. Okay. I'm making dinner. It's not obviously ready yet, but I'll let you know. I still have to I'm going to package the cookies before dinner. So like, yeah, no one's in a rush. It's 18:09. We're good on time. And usually I'm finishing up stream around 19:30, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So we're right on time for the stream. I feel like dinner's in the oven early today. Raw cookie dough, Jordy. Hell yeah. I had a bunch of raw cookie dough earlier, and I can tell you it was very good. I am going to get me... I was going to grab a fake beer in there, but I'm going to get myself a water. I'm going to get a SodaStream water. So I'm going to put some bubbles in this. And then we'll be right back. I feel like water is more palatable when it has bubbles in it. I'll drink this whole thing with sparkles in it. But like, if I had the same amount of just like regular still water, I might not. All right, let's see. Is that camera still good? Yeah. Pretty. And then can I zoom a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, so much better. This is going to be incentive to keep my oven clean. Jordy, oatmeal chocolate chip cookies are a classic. I feel like there's a million oatmeal chocolate chip recipes out there. I definitely agree with you. It's one of those ones where you can search and search, and then You just got to pick one. You got to pick the one that works for your time. How much time you have to make the thing. Lorenzo making sliders. What kind of sliders? Also welcome in. Get wrecked, right? White Castle. I'm sure they're. I love a slider. A slider is better than like a whole full-size burger, and as long as they're not super dry and like I don't know, as long as they're not like dry and old. Excuse me. So don't waste your time on White Castle. There's no White Castle near me. I think the closest White Castle might possibly be in New Jersey for me. Maybe. Okay, I got 12 meatballs. The person at the store, I was like, how would you recommend cooking these? And she was like, till they're done. And I was like, what? Come on now. But seriously though, she was like, yeah, she was like, sheet pan in the oven, totally fine. So I'm not doing a sheet pan. We're going to do a cast iron pan because I like that better. We're going to pop these in the oven alongside of the, actually, let me get a second glove so I can sort of shape these back to what they were. What was the story in the Free Meatballs? Right, Dan, I did start saying that, didn't I? Yeah, I'm not going to tell you which store, which place it was. Just because I don't want to, I don't know, I don't want to tell tales out of school. But I was checking out, and the person at checkout, damn, these smell so good though. The person at checkout was like, I don't know what their deal was, but the person who was in front of me was like really giving them a hard time, like really giving them a hard time. And I don't know, I was like, I made a joke that was related to what the person in front of me was giving them a hard time. She was like, I just don't know if this meat smells okay. And the person was like, it's fine. Like, they were like, ma'am, I assure you it's fine. Like, it's fine. I don't know if it was fine or not. I have no idea. But I guess, I don't know. I asked, I ordered, I smiled at the person. I made like a nod to the person who was in front of me and rolled my eyes. Like, I just kind of sympathized with them a little bit. And then I was like, you know, I ordered what I wanted, and she was like, okay, thanks. And I handed her a card to pay because I didn't have any cash left at that point. And she ran the card and was like, thanks, see you later. And then she was like, oh, by the way, do you want a receipt? And I was like, yeah, definitely. Because I always get a receipt. And she was like, okay. And she like hit print and then looked confused. And then like hit print again and was like, she was like, oh, I can't give you a receipt. The transaction didn't go through. And I handed her, I was like, oh, okay. And I like started digging the card out of my bag again. And she was like, don't worry about it. And I was like, what? She's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. And I was like, okay. And she was like, what she said was, oh, I can't. She was like, don't worry about it. I can't print you a receipt. I don't think it went through. And I was like, okay. Do you want to try again? And she was like, no, don't worry about it. And I was like, okay. Okay. And I walked away, and then I was like, my conscience doesn't like that. I'm like an honest person. And I went back like 5 minutes later and was like, hey, I was like, and I didn't like, maybe I should have read the room better, whatever. But I was like, hey, I waited till there was no one else at the counter. I like grabbed this person again. I was like, hey, I was like, so when you say the transaction didn't go through, I was like, do you want me to, like, that means I didn't pay for it, right? Do you want me to like, do you want my card again? And she was like, no, I don't. It's okay. Don't worry about it. And I was like, great. Thanks. I should note that this is a person who I've interacted with at Reading Terminal before. I don't know this person's name. I have no idea who they are. Like, outside of this shop that they work at that I see them at once a week. But I mean, look, if you're gonna give me free meatballs, I'm definitely gonna be like, I'm gonna look that gift horse in the mouth for just a second. But yeah, I was like, I was like, when I came back, I was like, maybe I shouldn't come back. Jody says, if there's cameras, she's like, it looked like she swiped. I mean, good. It's not my money. I think that was the case. And from my perspective, my role in all of this, or role or whatever, is like, I was at Reading Terminal because I like Reading Terminal and I like supporting there and I like going there to be a shopper, like a regular grocery shopper at Reading Terminal. I go like once a week to get random stuff. And so I don't ever want that store to come up short. I don't know, whatever. I was like, I know the margins for those types of businesses are not great. So I'm like, listen, I meant to buy the meatballs. It's okay if you charge me for them. But if you don't want to, I'm definitely not going to say no to that. Like, thank you. Thank you, / I will absolutely come back here again. All right, meatballs are in the oven. Exactly, Ice Allen. I want them. I intended, if I wanted to go to a butcher that was closer to my house, I would do that. The Italian market is closer to me. But I feel like I did my due diligence and asked directly again. And she was like, no, it's fine. So I was like, okay. Like, I asked you twice. I asked you explicitly and directly if you want me to pay for these things. And she was like, no. And I was like, okay, then I won't. I don't care. Totally fine with me. Beep Boop Beth. Welcome in. Yeah, and will I shop there again? Absolutely. Will I expect not to pay for things when I go there? No, of course not. Will I go there again and see if I can get the same cashier? You're goddamn right I will. Woman says, I'm the same way. I have a very strong guilty conscience. Once I bought a $1 poster board for a project and noticed I grabbed an extra and I paid for my accident. I had to go back and return it. Yeah, that's like, I feel similarly. Now, if the cashier at like Metro Corp Grocery, which is a store that I completely made up, decided not to charge me for some things, I absolutely would not ask. But the fact that it was at a place that I want to keep in business gave me pause. Right? Not my monkeys, not my circus. True. In Reading Terminal, there is a stall called Flying Monkey. They sell really good snacks. I wonder if she was thinking, dude, let me be nice to you. Yeah, probably, maybe. And I was thinking, like, I want to support you and I don't want you to get fucking fired. So let me be nice to you. Jordy says, y'all are too honest. I'm no thief, but I've accidentally brought something extra home and been like, scored. Yeah. I mean, if I'm already home, like if I'd have looked at the statement on the card later and been like, hey, this place didn't charge me, I wouldn't like go back and try to get them to. I would be like, hey, oh, that sucks that they my response would be like, that sucks that they didn't charge me, I think is how I would see that. Okay, spinach is here. We're going to toss the spinach with the farro. I want to save, before I drain this farro, I'm going to save a little bit of the water. Much like pasta water, the farro has a lot of starches in it, and I can use that to help wilt the spinach once it's been completely cooked. Okay, let's package these cookies. We got stuff in the oven now. I got two minutes left on my oven, my carrot and farro timer. I don't think the carrots are going to be finished by the time that is finished, but we're going to check them. What else do I need to do? For the cookies, wrapping the cookies, I need this thing. I need my, actually, no, before I do any of that, here's what I need to do. I need to wipe this counter because we're going to put like stuff to put food on in the counter. Krusno says, I steal from the Walmart. That's what I'm talking about when I say like Metro Corp groceries, right? Yeah. Getting a few extra meatballs from the Walmart is not what we're talking about here. Rocky says, I don't like Italian meatballs, no matter who makes them, but I love Swedish meatballs and make them really well. Those with the pan gravy, yes. I love Swedish meatballs too. Also, IKEA, underrated date spot. Cinderella says, I feel guilty if I think someone else would get into trouble, but I accidentally get extra shit from some big corp like Amazon or something. Hell yeah. I remember, yeah, exactly. Dorkville says, I saw a guy walking out from a huge chain grocery store, walking from nowhere near the registers with 2 24 packs of beer, and no, I didn't. No, you didn't. Exactly. No. If you see people taking food, you didn't see people taking food. Even if you don't need to, even if your moral compass tells you that stealing is wrong, you know, so is a capitalist society that forces its citizens into basically like minimal wage labor and does not afford them the opportunity to advance. Anyway, Lorenzo's making a bowl of beans. What kind of beans? We love beans around here. All right. Oh, that was 20 minutes on that timer. That first timer. Okay. Let's check these carrots. Rinse my hands because they are bleachy now. Actually, I'm going to wash my hands. There we go. God damn it. Yeah. See, sometimes it's on purpose and sometimes I don't catch it. The Bruce notices the amount of formula I stole from my niece is wild. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Twinderella. Unintentional poverty leading to a lack of being able to feed yourself and your family is also wrong. I'm with you, 100%. What I was about to say was there was one time a couple years ago where it was discovered, this was someone I know, their office had, someone in their office ordered some product from Walmart. It was literally like, it was some electronic thing. It was like a $40 thing. And instead of sending them that thing, they ordered from Walmart. By the way, it's important to note, Walmart sent them an electric e-bike, like a good one. So, cut to every single other person in their office ordering this like $40 electronic thing and receiving an e-bike. There was like a bunch of people, probably, I don't know, 10 or 15 people in that office that year, like within the span of like a week or two, that ordered some widget and received an e-bike. And there was one person in the office who ordered like a day later than that received the actual thing. It was definitely an accident. And having worked in that world, not only the technology world, but also like the e-commerce world in the past, I could absolutely see how that would happen. That is like complete accident. That's a data error. It's like some data error happened, and when they did the product, we're gonna get way into the weeds here. The product, like import, the product data feed that runs regularly, for that particular thing probably ran every like 2 days or something. So there was like a window of time where that was active on the site. And I kind of wonder, someone probably was like, hey, we're selling a lot of these things. We're shipping a lot of these things now, huh? And someone was like, well, we're not selling them. And then someone else was like, oh, whoops. Anyway, a bunch of people in that office all got electric e-bikes for $40. They were like several $100 e-bikes too. So that was kind of fun. Wholly unnecessary, of course, to have you know, an e-bike like that. If you don't, they didn't know, nobody needed one, but they were just like, well, here we go. All right, carrots are in the oven. Let's give the carrots. We're gonna give the meatballs 20 minutes. We're gonna give the carrots another. Let's go with 6. Yeah. Jordy, excellent. What did you have? What did you have for dinner today? Hot and sour soup broccoli. You're now speaking on Twinderella's level. Wonder if they fire for that. Jordy, not at that level. I can't imagine you'd get fired for that type of error. That's I mean, this was Walmart we're talking about. This was a several $100 error. That wasn't. That error is a rounding error for them. Now that said, if they messed up the product feed for hundreds of products, maybe. But I don't think there's any way that someone got fired for that one singular type of error. Well, when we had to sit through a knife presentation, a stupid knife MLM, and walked away. Yeah, totally. You're like, just give me the knife. I'll tell you if it sucks. It was funny, Jordy. It was one of those things where it's like, well, if you can get it, why not, right? All right, let's check this farro. Oh, cabbage roll soup and the cauliflower. That cauliflower rice is really working for you. I'm glad. Okay. These need another, say 3 minutes on the farro. Three minutes on the farro. And then the meatballs are definitely not done. They're not even close to being done, but that's okay. I don't need them to be done right now. It is a decent replacement for real rice. It doesn't have the same texture as rice, but it does have like a good like placeholder in your dishes. Was this on your new was this on the Weber rotisserie? The rotisserie that you have, right? If it's Walmart, I believe it. Most of they got fired from Sam's Club. So I was the one who called a pallet that the main distribution center marked improperly. Well, 1, I'm sorry to hear that. 2, then I'll deserve you. And 3, that sucks. That definitely sucks. Time is currency, Walma. I'm 100% with you on that one. Time is extremely valuable. If your next name dog isn't into food item, I'll be disappointed. I don't know that I am going to have the lever to pull to be able to name the next one, so we'll see. George, I believe it if someone got fired. Yeah, I mean, I would believe it. I think. Is it? I think from my perspective, just like I feel like that's depends what the problem was. Depends why that happened, right? If it was part of a larger error, I don't know. Yes, the Weber rotisserie. If you kind of toast the rice cauliflower in a pan, it does come out more like rice. Okay, so you're getting more of it like a textural. The toasting gives it like the textural aspect of rice that's missing, because that's what's missing for me in cauliflower rice is the fact that it's like soft, like it just has a softer consistency in your mouth. Because 2 decades and Twin refuses to go there. Yeah. They had to hold someone accountable. Sure. Well, they didn't have to. They chose to. Let's not forget that they didn't have to actually fire anybody over that. They could have just been like, that was a mistake. We'll let the shareholders take a few less ducats this month. I hold a grudge. I hold a fucking grudge too. I'd believe it. I'd hold a grudge for that. Broggy says, if someone sent me 10 meat cleavers instead of 10 plastic clovers for St. Patty's Day, I'd probably keep the cleavers. Hell yeah, I would. I'd also order more clovers. Hope that that's what came out. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here to play a little bit of Words on Stream, and do a quick 30-minute break on Twitch. 3-minute. God damn! I messed it up twice. Okay, here comes a game of Words on Stream. Sorry, it started beeping already. There it is. We're gonna play a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Baker, you can help hold the grudge. Can appreciate that.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
See y'all in half an hour, right? Okay. Yeah, product loss. Okay, though that was the Pharaoh. The timer for the Pharaoh just went off. So let's drain the Pharaoh while we're waiting here. We weren't going to be draining the Pharaoh on the screen anyway, so we're not missing anything by doing this during the break. And we'll wait until after the break to toss the spinach in there. Okay. That was the timer for the carrots as well. So... Oh, the meatballs are smelling good. I feel like these carrots might be finished. Not quite. They're pretty good though. Ooh. I like that. Okay, these need a little more time. So we'll toss those back in. I got 13 minutes on the meatballs, it says. Well, that's not accurate. That's just my initial estimate of time here. And meatballs are looking good. The meatballs are beef and pork. Oh, fuck, that was hot. Not a burn, just hot. All right, the meatballs are beef and pork. All right, let's... Got at least one more here. 2. And then the carrots. Oh, right. I'm gonna put these leftover pistachios on top of the carrots. I forgot. Pistachios and herbs. Those can sit there. Salt can stay there. I'm gonna leave these. Let's put this off to the side. Put this over here because I want my counter to be as clear as possible. All right, when we come back from break here in a few moments, I'm going to mix the spinach in with the Pharaoh, and then we'll package the cookies after that. All right. Skewer is such a good word in this board. Several that start with W. Wheat, were, Noah. That work is not correct. E. All right, last guess is everybody's got one more guess. We got one more word here. It's a 5-letter word. One more 5-letter word. Probably starts with E. It has to start with E. Close. So close. Hey, if you were experiencing an ad break on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Ads are awful. No one enjoys them. Some people enjoy them. Advertising executives enjoy them. Maybe. Oh, that camera looks weird like that. There we go. That's better. Uncommon. Welcome. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Timeout 24. Timeout 42. Welcome in. Okay. Okay. We're going to cut back over to the stove real quick here. I'm going to mix in the spinach with my farro because it's warm, and I want to do that while it's still warm. Wish I was closer to 24. Hey, I feel you. I feel you. Let's mix in the spinach here. All we're going to do with this is farro. So dinner also tonight can just be in the oven. Like all of this can just be held hot in the oven. I know I'm a big fan of using that terminology. We're gonna hold this hot, but that is kind of what it is. That's what we're doing there. So, Jamie, welcome in. Cookies are good. We're gonna package the cookies here in just a few moments. I took a pause to get dinner on because dinner's like in the oven. The cookies are made. We are going to package them, and then that'll be they've had enough time to cool down now and come to room temperature, which is what we want. I always like when the cookies get to be, there we go, we're adding a little water to that. I always like when I have the time to let the cookies cool down and release all of their warmth, because then they don't get steamy in the packaging. Yes, spinach, exactly. And it'll disappear real quick here. I just added a bunch of water to this and it's gone already. Jamie always, that's always the case, right? Anytime you do hair dye, especially at home, it's hard. I'm glad you have some leftover dye, or maybe you had to go out and buy more. I don't know. Yeah, farro, quinoa, millet is good for that. Barley, you can do barley too. All of those are great. And I have the heat on. I turned the oven or the stove back on here just a little bit. You can see, there it is. And I'm just heating this. I poured the water in here, so there's like a little bit of moisture. And we're just going to get this a little steamy from that moisture. Here we go. The spinach is starting to wilt. I didn't put all of the spinach in here, because I don't want all of the spinach in here. I just want enough to be some greens in here. I'm going to add a little bit of pepper and a little bit of salt. I got it. I did get it. Sorghum, uncommon, good one. Sorghum, also. Yeah, time out. That is absolutely like that's a great statement. Like color in food. The being able to just have like a nice palette on your plate, I think, is pleasing to most people. And I also, I look at this as just like, hey, I can add a little green in here, but it's also like another little bit of a vegetable, You're too old for purple hair. You are not too old for purple hair, Jamie. If our friend Kanara can have purple hair as a human, I feel like you could have purple hair. Now, we were talking earlier about comfort and being able to be comfortable with yourself. If, I wouldn't opt yourself out of purple hair. I personally don't really want purple hair, but that's because I don't want purple hair. Dandelion greens, broccoli, hell yeah. Dandelion greens are so good. Dandelion greens are perfect for this type of thing too. You just kind of throw them in and they wilt into nothing, and then that's that. Ice Alan says, I think purple hair is an older color myself. Go for it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like ladies with beehive hair that make that would refute your statement completely. What do you mean? My hair is purple? Cyborg says I have purple and pink hair, but I live in Seattle, so it's basically normal. That's reasonable. Odie says I had a former coworker who always told me I'm too old for purple hair. Then one day I showed up and she had a little purple stripe that was so cute. Probably in his 60s or 70s. Super. I love that. I love hearing that. I feel like we're definitely in a lot of places, not all work environments, but we're definitely in sort of this post. Thankfully, we're in this world where there's a lot less people care about stuff like hair color, piercings, and tattoos. They just don't. It's like there's still a huge amount of that goes on. But I'm also like, yeah, fine. If somewhere is like you can't have visible tattoos, I don't want to work there. Sorry. The kind of place that puts that value over someone who's good at doing a job is got a weird sort of sense of misguided value, in my opinion. That is an opinion of mine. I think if you're like, no, you have to hide your tattoos, I'm like, that's weird to me. That's funny. You don't hide your insert harmful judgmental activities here. Do you do anything for the bitter flavor of dandelion greens? No. Not that I remember. Tatsu, that is farro. This is farro. This is ready to go. I'm going to serve this just like it is, straight out of this bowl. I'm going to test it to try it first. So here's what we're going to do with that farro. I'm going to sit that right there on the back of the stove where it can stay warm. I'm going to check on the carrots in there and check on the meatballs. And then we're going to package some cookies. So the meatballs are the last thing to cook. Those are definitely not finished yet. It looks like a tie-dye zipper, doesn't it though? I kind of love it. That's why I bought it. Still not done. They're good, but they're not like finished yet. They're not soft. I want them to be a little softer. Meatballs are looking really good, by the way. These are like, they're giving up a lot of moisture. But I'm also kind of making them. I'm making them in a cast iron pan. I'm gonna flip these right now. Again, packaging these cookies is super easy. So I'm making sure that dinner is well underway, which it is. The farro is finished. The carrots are going to be finished. They're almost there. And then the meatballs, we'll finish the meatballs while I'm packaging the cookies, and then dinner will be ready. And we'll have done both things, including making a complete dinner on stream today. I did not make the meatballs for anybody who was like emotionally invested in my having constructed the meatballs. I'm sorry to inform you that I purchased them at the store. On comments says, my mom used to tell me she was going to give me frosted tips in my sleep. That is a threat. As someone who lived through frosted tips, I feel you. I definitely had frosted tips. I had frosted hair when I was a kid. I had pink hair one year. I had hair that I dyed red one summer, and then it just turned pink. Broccoli says, I'm old enough to remember grannies in the church trees with blue rinsed in their hair that never rinsed out, and the blue and silver in granny's hair. I know, right? That is super funny. Let me take the temperature of these meatballs while I'm thinking about it, right? J-Mup, what did you do at prom last Saturday? Let me let me guess. You had a responsible time, were home early, and regret nothing here. Hopefully. Imagine you're in a hospital dying, but yo, wait, you have tattoos, don't save me. Yeah, right. That's like a great example. It's like, you know, if some of the most educated folks around or would be able to like do this, I don't understand why it would be an issue for like anyone else. I remember getting tattoos and thinking like, oh, what if it's not okay? And then I was like, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to work there then. They're not going to hire me, and that'll be okay, and we'll just move along. Okay, meatballs are at 140 to 150. So we're going to give the meatballs 5 more minutes, and then they'll be finished. They're pork and beef, so 5 more minutes is fine. 5 more minutes, we'll turn the oven down. We'll leave the carrots in there. We'll leave the meatballs in there. We'll put the farro in the oven, and we'll just leave everything kind of to warm up, right? Let's do the nails. You shouldn't. They're terrible. They're the same, just chipped. I really need to get these. I really need to do something about these nails. I keep saying it and then I don't, and then here we are. A month after I got them done. Oh God, J-Monk, I'm sorry. I love the attempted note on there. That's annoying. Bronx says tattoos don't freak me out unless they're all over some punk's neck and face. I feel like, yeah, I mean, they're more noticeable. They're certainly more noticeable when they're in a visible spot like that. I still don't like care in general. I'm like, I'm still sort of in the camp of like, well, it shows that you can take a lot of pain. You can sit through a lot. It shows that you're willing to sit through discomfort. So at least you got that going for you. All right, we're gonna start to package these cookies, Christmas nails. No, these are the ones I got done before going to Canada, whenever it was, and I got them done in that time. No, Christmas certainly. Those are done. These are not the Christmas ones. We're gonna start packaging these. It looks good. The honey, for the most part, has soaked in on the top of these, so I think they seem like they're just about perfect. So we're gonna package these while the meatballs finish cooking, and we should be finishing this pretty quick. We're gonna do 3 cookies in each package this time, because while these are slightly larger, they're smaller than what I would. They're smaller than the cookies that I use, the cookies for 2. So we're gonna do 3, and that's how it is. I did, Jordy. I went to the place that you recommended after dinner one night. It was next door to there was a Craig's Cookies next to the place that we ate dinner. I honestly forget the name of the place we ate dinner. It was a Japanese fusion place that was really nice. It started with an A, I think. If you said it, I might remember. Or if you said it, it might ring a bell. But it was funny because I was after dinner. They were like, "You want dessert?" While we were there, and they were like, "Oh no, let's just get some cookies." And I was like, "Hell yeah, that sounds great!" Because whatever dessert they had on the menu, it was expensive and sounded very like twee. It was sort of like, too fancy. It was too fancy. The food was great though. What color for senior prom? Well, were you wearing a specific color? I don't know. Baby powder blue. Let's go with powder blue. The only thing I could think of is Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when he's wearing when they show up to the fundraiser and they're wearing like the horrifically colored tuxedos. Anyway, I made Calvin watch that recently, and he loved it. He thought it was funny. I don't know if he loved it or if he was just indulging me, but I made him watch it, and he was like, that was actually funnier than I thought it was going to be. And I was like, yeah. Yeah. It was way more problematic than I remember it being, but all black. Fair enough. Classic black. Did I go to prom? I did go to prom. How would I rate Craig? I thought they were good. I enjoyed them a lot. I feel like I got 3 cookies and they were all very good. They were relatively fresh too, which I thought was notable for the time of night that we were there. We probably rolled in there at about 10 p.m. Yeah, Broccoli. I saw that Cheese was out doing the Cherry Blossom Festival. I was aware that he was going to do that, and I was hoping to maybe find time to go over there at the same time, but I couldn't swing it that day. I didn't have enough pre-planning time to make that happen. But this Saturday we'll be doing an IRL. We'll be doing an IRL probably around 11 a.m., maybe 10. No, not 10. Definitely not 10. Maybe noon. Sifa, thank you for the shout out to Cheese, please. This Saturday, my goal is to go to the... Okay. Let me turning the oven off, cracking the oven, and letting the heat escape into the air. So I'm literally just turning the oven off at the moment. And we'll let things sort of slowly cool down. Arisu. You know, I'll tell you in a minute. When I don't have gloves on and I can thumb through my phone again, I'll be able to tell you really quickly because I took a bunch of photos and like photos of the menu, etc. It was somewhere, I don't even know where it was. It was a 25-minute walk from where I was staying. But I honestly don't know exactly where it was. That sounds familiar though. That does sound very familiar. I'm going to take my glove off in just a second, and I'll tell you. It was a really good dinner. The place was swag. Apparently, it's also been it's been the same place for a long time, if that means anything. All right, these meatballs are great. I'm going to leave the carrots in there just like that. So I'm just taking the meatballs out for a few minutes so that they cook, or they don't cook any farther while it's very hot in there. Let me tell you though. I'll tell you where I was. It was, let's see. Here's where we go to the map. And we zoom in on Toronto. Zoom, 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 zoom. That's not the right spot. Yep, that was from a long time ago. I am maybe not going to be able to find this because it was... Nope. Let's see. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. I can't. It's like weirdly far back in my library. Let me see. Hold on. Is it not that weirdly far back? I take a lot of photos. That was the climbing gym. That was the Eagles. I went there after the Eagles. That was camping. I went there after that trip. I went there after that. After that. Oh, here we go. Okay. We went to dinner at... No, I actually did not take any pictures. No, I literally did not take a single picture at dinner. I wrote it down. I'll find it. I'll find it later. Maybe if you send me a message and be like, hey, where did you go to dinner? And I'll remind you. Not I won't. It will remind me. I won't remind you of anything. Sorry. Let me just finish packaging these cookies. No, it's bothering me now because it was a place that I made the reservation there. That's how I could find it. I could look up my open table reservations. Didn't think about that. Cookies were good though at Craig's. Good recommendation. Okay. Dinner's ready for me. I'm happy about that today. So we're working, we've done a bunch of stuff on stream today. I'm wrapping up the cookie portion now. We're gonna seal the rest of these. I have this pile left to go of bags. I have the exact number of bags that I need. We're gonna wrap these in the boxes tonight. I made the popcorn on stream too. Popcorn is in these bowls back here. There's a big like batch of popcorn on the counter back here. So if you're getting cookies this month, that popcorn in your box is coming out of that bag or out of that bowl. We have dinner relatively finished, ready to go. I need to put some herbs on it. I have some herbs to go on top of the carrots. We're just going to toss those together with the carrots on the sheet pan. Nothing complicated. I don't need to dirty yet another dish for that one. And we're just always just going to put the meatballs on a plate. So it should be pretty straightforward. Hopefully pretty easy. I was talking about an IRL, and the next time we'll do an IRL stream. That is, as I say, going to be coming up on Saturday. Hoping to, if the weather is good, we're going to do an IRL on Saturday either way. If the weather is good or not pouring rain, we're going to go to the Southeast Asian Market in Philadelphia. It's in FDR Park, where we've been through before. A nice, like, big park on the south end of the city. The Southeast Asian Market is there Saturdays and Sundays. It opened last weekend, so April 5th. Last Saturday was the first day for it. It's a lot of different stuff. So they have a ton of prepared foods, right? Like you basically, you go, you bring cash and you eat. That's what you do. Like that's the market for a lot of people. But you can also go shopping there. They have a bunch of different vendors that have all sorts of stuff, just like not just pre-packaged, but like, you know, I want 10 quarts of kimchi. Great. Go for it. They got you. You want you know, some sort of very specialty food item, they will have it available. It is a very broad selection of stuff there. And I think the thing that the thing that most folks have are like skewers, like kebabs, like meat on a stick, basically. But it's there's a large variety of other stuff there too. And it's super fun. It is an extremely welcoming market. Like kind of everyone who's there is having a good time. And it's also like visually really fun. It's very colorful for at the jump, but it's also, there's a lot of vendors because it's a Saturday and Sunday all day. So it starts at 10 a.m. and ends at 6 p.m. For a lot of folks, like, this is an important part of their week. It's rain or shine. So, you know, for most folks there, it's a big part of what they do. So folks put a lot of effort into it, and it shows, and it's a really nice community event. Twice a week until the fall. So we're gonna go check that out. We'll check that out for, you know, a couple hours, maybe like 2 or 3 hours. And then we'll embark somewhere else from there. So we're gonna, my plan on Saturday is to walk down to FDR Park. So we'll start the stream in Center City somewhere, probably just somewhere along Broad Street. And then, as we've done before, we'll just walk down to FDR from wherever it is that I end up starting. So my goal is to basically like walk for an hour before getting to the park. So go live, walk for an hour, enter the park and the market. Hopefully going to meet up with someone else there and do like a double, you know, 2 folks. We're gonna have like another guest. Unconfirmed though, so I don't want to commit them to doing that. I'm committing to streaming on Saturday. I'm not committing them to streaming on Saturday. So that is the vibe, and we're gonna do that. It'll be most of Saturday. So I'm looking to stream for like probably about 6 hours or so on Saturday, IRL in and around FDR Park and in Philly. And if it rains, we'll do that the following Saturday. So we'll do the same plan, just bump it forward a week, and then I'll do something else. We'll do a different IRL and indoor, maybe an indoor something instead. If I don't end up doing a IRL on Saturday, I might end up doing a kitchen stream and doing some organization, doing some like farmers market, put away stuff from the farmers market, maybe organize a couple cabinets, because like I really need to do that. My baking cabinet is an unmitigated disaster at this point, and it's not useful. I'm just like throwing things in there, shoving things in, hoping they don't fall out on me. So it's gotten to be something of a problem. So that might be what we do on Saturday instead, if the weather's crappy. So we'll see. Could be something else too. I'm committing to streaming on Saturday afternoon, I guess is what I'm saying. All right, speaking of streaming, we're working through right now. We've got farro meatballs sitting on the stove. I'm gonna toss those back in the oven for just a few moments in a second here, once this one's finished. The oven has been open, so it's sort of I was letting it cool down a little bit so that it didn't continue to cook things, but now that it is I would say cooled down enough, I'm gonna put the farro and the meatballs back in there, and they're just going to sit there and stay warm. I'm going to move these things that I'm going to use for dinner back over to the counter, so I remember that they're there. And let's see, was that it for the bags? Did I really just do all the bags? I wasn't counting at all. I don't think I needed to count though, because I had the number of bags that I needed. So like, as long as I have all the bags packed, I think we're good here, right? Right. All right, let me make sure there's no like secret bags sitting over here on the counter. These cookies also packed up a lot nicer than I was expecting them to. I was worried about the honey inside of them, or the honey on the top of them, but that doesn't seem to have mattered at all. Okay, I needed 17 bags, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, need 2 more bags. I have these 2 bags. That will be 17. The guy doing things, welcome in. Been lurking, just saying hi. Hi, welcome. Good to have you. Good to have you. We're finishing packaging some cookies today. We've been very busy. Today's been a very busy day. We made these bags. We made the cookies to put in the bags. Now we're putting the cookies in the bags. And also made popcorn for packaging and dinner, which is done. All of that happened on stream today. So it's been quite productive. Very, very pleased with productivity levels today on stream. And then one more bag to pack, and then the rest of those cookies are for the household. And then I've included cookies for the post office workers in my bag count calculations. So we're doing good here. All of our postal worker friends who we enjoy, the Lisa at the post office. Lisa, and then new person who was there when I went yesterday, who I don't know, but they were being trained. And I promised them I would give them cookies on Wednesday, so hopefully they like me. And don't freak out when I walk in with 2 shopping bags worth of boxes that they have to enter the addresses in by hand while there's a line of people behind me. But I try to go at the right time. Broccoli says, I really need to organize my antique washstand, mahogany, circa 1840, but with drawers, doors, and a few shelves inside. Hip height, it's where I store most of my Asian bowls and other cooking and eating stuff. That is something that would be enjoyable to organize, right? Like, I would love... That's the type of thing that I would really, like, enjoy doing. Like, that's what I was thinking about, too, on Saturday. If I can't do an IRL stream, we'll do something in the kitchen that is, like, organization focused. or something else entirely, IRL, out in the world, but maybe indoors. Maybe we go to maybe we go to King of Prussia Mall and just walk around and look at all the shit in the mall. It's a huge mall. It's a like old folks walking the mall. It's a good one. I don't really want to go to King of Prussia Mall and just walk around for stream though. But I would if like all of a sudden like people were like, that sounds amazing, you should do that, then I might, but probably not. All right. Oven is good. Things are finished in the oven. We have cookies packaged. Let's get these, for the sake of general completion. I'm going to put these cookies in a bag. These are the household cookies. So quite a few, which is nice. Let's see. I've got my sheets, my parchment paper here with honey on them from the drizzling. We're working through everything here. That's done. That's done. Timer's done. Timer's not needed anymore. Oven gloves are definitely needed still. We clearly want those. And yeah, I'm like, this is good. This is good. Okay, let's package the rest of these cookies. And then actually I'm gonna set a couple of these aside. I wanna open those and not open. I want to try these on stream now that they've sat for a little while and have a nice like soaked in honey situation going on them. KOP Mall is no bigger than the Short Hills Mall, but it's okay. Went there in 2022 for an orchid trade, but not to shop. Yeah, King of Prussia Mall is just like, I haven't actually been to the King of Prussia Mall inside of the mall proper. I think the last time I went in the mall there might have been 2008. I do not go there very often. It's not at all in my regular rotation of places. But it would be fascinating to go there. I haven't been in that long. Yes, Callie. Calvin is downstairs to let me know that he finally beat this one chess bot, which I assume to be a difficult chess bot. What are they? The bot, the chess.com bot is named Vin.
1,400.
And their rating is 1,400. FYI, best chess player in the world's rating is... Yes, best human player in the world. What would their rating be? Best human player, I'm assuming, is Magnus Carlsen. Okay, 2,800. Yeah, not the highest rated apparently, but okay. Well, as I said, Cal, I was telling chat earlier that you were about our chess evolution and things of, you know, playing folks in the park, and you giving me 20 extra minutes to play.
And you still only.
Yeah, and I still won on time by 5 minutes. I'll take it. I have zero dignity. I don't care. Okay, these cookies are finished, packaged. I'm gonna leave those out of the cabinet because we're gonna show those for dinner. Let me try one of these. Let me show one of these cookies here. This is what we made today. These are the Cookie Club cookies. That's the top. That's the bottom. Good looking. When I hold the zoom like this, it's actually difficult to keep the cookie in the center of the screen. But there's your interior. Yeah, broccoli. Calvin is into chess all on his own. I enjoy it. I love playing it. I didn't grow up playing it. Very, very good. The salt on top. If you forgot the salt on top of this, these would not be good. Or would not be as good. The salt really makes a difference here. But now that these are room temperature and have cooled down completely, I appreciate the texture of them a little bit more. They're right in between dry and like where if you dip them in like a hot beverage and then ate a bite of it, it would like completely dissolve right away. I don't know if that makes sense, but like if you eat cookies regularly and dip them in things like tea or coffee, I think you may know what I'm talking about. I did a flaky sea salt. I did Malden salt on top. They are good. I do not. When you get a chocolate chip cookie, so the crumb in here, we're gonna go on our British baking situation. But like, if you look at the inside of this, right? The crumb is very loose. So what you're looking at is dry. Like there's only a little bit of give to this. They're not spongy. Like if I crumble this, it starts to sort of crumble, right? Like it's that sort of texture, right? Like I could crumble this apart and it would flake, right? So it's not like chewy. I feel like it's not gonna fall apart when you chew on it, but like when you do this to it, it's gonna crumble, as opposed to like if it was a stickier cookie, it would like stick together, right? Like this cookie, if you like tried to ball it up in your hands, it would just turn into sawdust. Whereas like a chocolate chip cookie that's like really ooey, like gooey, like you could sort of crumble it up back into like a ball, like a cookie ball. Does that make sense? I don't even know if I don't even know if that makes sense, but I feel like the description is they're a little dry, and that's a good thing. Like they're not meant to be. The recipe was also like, if you cook them for longer, they'll be really dry. Like basically you can leave them in for a very little amount of time and they'll be chewier. And if you leave them in for longer, they'll be like dry and crisp, like biscuit type style. And they're like, whatever you want, right? I like them right where they're at, in between those two things. And I think that's the right move. If these were crisper, I'd want them to be a lot thinner. If they were like super chewy, or if they were like if you could snap them and break them, I'd want them to be like thin. But they're good. They're really good. I like them. I'm gonna eat an embarrassing number of these. Anyway, let's get some dinner on a plate because we're right on time for dinner. We're literally on time for dinner. Can you imagine? I'm like, honestly, I'm kind of shocked. Okay, we're gonna do dinner in bowls. We're gonna do dinner in bowls because we've got a grain and we've got a grain. We've got some meatballs. We got like weird stuff, and all of my oval plates are in the dishwasher because we used them last night. So I'm gonna use bowls. No problem. All right, we got herbs, crushed pistachios. I'm gonna use all those herbs, so might as well just toss the lid over there. Let's get this on plates now. Got farro. Meat bulbs. And carrots. I was thinking maybe I should make I could still make like a quick pan sauce for these meatballs, but I don't. I was to make a quick pan sauce.
I'm in danger!
Yes, I am okay. Yeah, I knew the mic was going to go off at some point. Again, this mic doesn't last more than... Actually, no, it lasted a long time. That lasted 6 hours. It was fully charged when I started stream. Completely charged. I took it off the charger as I went live. Okay, and that means I also need to charge the base. Okay, base is plugged in now. Looks like the microphone is still transmitting. Okay, good. Okay, we got it. I was saying about a pan sauce, or I was like, should I make a gravy for these meatballs? When the mic cut out, it looked like I was going to pass out. I was just having a mental, like, I was trying to think about how to make a quick pan sauce and if I wanted to even do that. Maybe I do. Because there's dripping left in here. There's quite a lot of drippings left in here. And maybe I just want to stir that into a little gravy. I feel like I do. I feel like I do because I can. That's the other thing. Because I can and because it's super quick. Okay, we're gonna pause. We're not gonna plate this just yet. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to do one more quick break here, because here's the thing. We have 11 minutes till Twitch says we're going to get another ad, and I can't pause it, and it's going to take me longer than 11 minutes to make a gravy and put all this stuff on the plate, and find somewhere to raid. So we're gonna pause on what we were doing and make a quick like pan gravy. That means we're gonna pop this back on the stove. We're gonna come over to the stove real quick. I've got a bunch of liquid in here, which is perfect for gravy. Lots of drippings, lots of like whatever's. So we'll do that. We'll come back over to the stove here for just a brief moment. We'll salt this. Let's see, what do we need to do? Salt, pepper. What's in a pan gravy? Salt, pepper, flour, maybe a little bit of stock. Stir. That's it, right? I think so. Okay, we'll be right back. I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'm gonna get the stuff out to make a pan gravy. We're gonna play a quick game of words on stream. We'll be right back. We're gonna have one more brief Twitch hiatus. Okay. BRB. Okay,
Hi.
let's see.
Welcome to another edition of
Flour.
Commercials I Hate.
What do I need in here? Flour, definitely. Probably a little. Do I have any stock? No, I do not have any stock. I do have stock. Yes, I do. I have chicken stock right here. Okay, we'll just use a little bit of boxed chicken stock. Chicken stock, flour. I don't know how much flour, but what happens with this, like, yeah, what happens with this is it gets thicker and thicker. Okay, I'm gonna get some flour into a container. Just a little bit. While I'm chatting, while I'm talking here, I'm gonna turn the heat on my pan real quick so that it starts getting warm again. That's plenty of flour. Any additional flour, just leave this out on the counter for a second. So close. So close. Oh my gosh. One away. We've been one away twice today. That's pretty good. Y'all are really coming in on the words on stream. Kind of always impressed. Okay, this is looking great. Okay, a little quick pan gravy and we'll be good to go. I'm just going to do this directly in the pan that I was cooking everything in. And it's okay to use a little whisk in here. We don't need to worry too much about the cast iron. Let me get the chunky onion pieces out of here, though. I've got a couple onion bits in this pan that are going to be annoying. Right. All right, welcome back. If you're experiencing an ad break on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I apologize. Ads are not everyone's favorite. I don't like them either. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Get your last couple guesses in when we come back from this ad that's currently running. We're gonna do a really brief like pan gravy scenario. So get ready. We're gonna launch right into it after this game. When I say right into it, I mean like The stove is ready, the things are ready to go in, and we're just waiting for this game to end at this point. So get your last guesses in, and we'll be back here in just a moment. 3, 2, 1. Click. Syncing. Last one. Good stuff, y'all. Good stuff. Okay, we're gonna hard launch right into the gravy making. Are you ready? Here we go. And by hard launch, I mean I'm gonna adjust the camera. There we go. Okay. So, burner is on. Burner is turned up now. Turned up. I am literally just going to add a little bit of flour to this. Got that thickened. Just going to add a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Okay. Thickening nice. Going to add a little bit of chicken stock to this and incorporate that. When to use flour, when to use cornstarch? Honestly, I sound whichever one comes to mind first. For me. I don't have a rule on that I'm aware of. Does anyone else have like gravy basics? Because I don't make gravy. I don't do this very often, so I definitely just do a really sort of ad hoc gravy scenario. This is nothing, I don't have a recipe. This is sort of just like how it goes. I generally just whisk it until it's looking the way that I want it to look, and then that's it. Gonna add some pepper in here, a little bit of salt in here. I want to give it a taste. We'll stir it for a few minutes, and then we'll go. Flour is used to make the roux. Cornstarch is used to thicken afterward. Well, whoops. Fuck that one up. Sorry. I used flour and it'll be okay. It'll probably taste a little more like flour because I'm not making a roux. We're just thickening thickening the fats in a pan. I feel like you can add like a little butter to this, which helps. I could add like a little pat of butter to this and would help with some of the fat in it. But generally speaking, I typically just whatever I grab first, cornstarch or flour. This time it happened to be flour. All right. I'm gonna add like a little pat of butter to this and let that melt in. And then that'll be good. That'll be it. That'll be good. That'll be our gravy. No, not complicated. Easy. I'm trying not to I don't want to make this a catastrophe here. A little bit of salted butter, about a tablespoon and a half, maybe 2. And we'll stir that until it's in. Yeah, adding the flour definitely makes it clumpy. So you got to stir a little bit. There's also some like chunks in here. I didn't strain the fat out of here at all, so it's got like all the pan stuff in here. Everything that was in the pan from those meatballs is in here. Not let it go over a boil. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it. I turned it down. I'm turning it down just a little bit, but I'm trying to. I'll taste this, and if it tastes okay, great. This fucking butter is just like, get out of there. Yeah, I'm gonna add like I'm just kind of splashing stock in here. Right now, it's like a little thick, so I want to add a little bit of stock, thin it out, because it's also evaporating, right, as this is going along. So once this butter's melted, we'll test it. All right, butter is almost melted. I see one little piece in there. I keep just splashing little bits of stock. Like, I can feel it. You can feel the resistance. You can feel the resistance change, and you're stirring it. And it's like, hey, does this feel right? So when we talk about, like, cooking, does it feel right physically? It is. It is looking real good right now. I'm gonna give this a taste test, and we'll try it. But this came out texturally. It looks really nice. It's the back of a spoon. Looks good to me. Let's see what it tastes like. Other than being very hot, that is tasty. I'm going to add just a little bit more stock and thin this, because this is going to thicken up. As soon as I take the heat off of it, it's going to thicken up. So I want it to be just slightly under, just slightly looser than how I want it to be in 10 minutes. Make sense? Okay. Delicious. Yeah, broccoli, the instinct is not, the instinct just comes from like having messed it up a bunch of times, right? Like most things, it's just like, hey, did you do it this way? Oh, no? Okay, then that's why it was wrong. Try it differently next time. Right? All right, it does. This looks good. I see there's a nice sheen of oil. I don't know if you can see it on the camera here. Maybe if we zoom in just a little bit. But there's like a nice little, like you can see sort of the oil and fat in here. Glistening, that's the word I want to use. So you can see it. Oh, yeah, you can see it like glistening. Amazing. Okay, let's take this off the heat. I'm also going to take this out of the pan. I'm going to put this in a cup. What am I going to put this in? I'm going to put this in a small bowl here because I want to be able to... No, I'm not going to put it in a small bowl. That's silly. I'm going to leave it in the cast iron pan. It'll be fine in there. Okay, let's come on 1, come back here, 2, here, 3, here. All right. Now, after a brief interlude to make gravy, I think we can put some things on some plates now. Finally. All right. Take 2. We're gonna start over. Let's get the meatballs out. I want to do a little. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a little base of farro in the bowl. So I've got my farro with spinach. Farro with spinach. A couple scoops of that. Carrots. I'm just gonna, actually no, I want to put the meatballs in next. So I have 4 meatballs per person. That's what I purchased today. I'll just start with 4. I don't know if everyone will eat 4, but 4 is available if you want 4. And carrots. Do a few carrots just kind of like on the side here. Like that. Yeah, like that. Put those back in the oven. Now we have herbs.
couple herbs, couple crushed pistachios, a little bit of pan gravy. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. My sauce spoon. I don't get the chance to use this all that often, so it's nice when I actually remember that I have a spoon that's made for saucing things. Okay, and now got that. And yes, now, right now is when I'm very glad that I made gravy. Because I'm like, yeah, these meatballs look really plain, and now they don't look as plain. Now they look great. Better than they were moments ago. Okay, so that's great. Toss this in the oven too. Everything can just stay in the oven and be happy in there. We did it. We did it. I am going to drown those in the sauce, broccoli. I am going to wait until I serve all three of these bowls at once, and then when that's good, I'm going to pour the gravy I'm going to finish the gravy. I'm going to distribute all that gravy across 3 bowls. Let's not pretend that that's not going to happen. This is what I made for dinner tonight. Let's get the angle right. There it is. And I'll show you that from above. Let's get an above shot. Here it is. This is dinner. Dinner tonight is farro that has been boiled and then added spinach to that and wilted the spinach in. I have carrots. The carrots were roasted with pomegranate molasses, lemon juice, olive oil, pistachio oil, salt and pepper. And then the meatballs are a pork beef combination. I did not make them. I purchased them. And the gravy is a pan gravy. And it looks really good. Dinner looks great tonight. In addition to dinner, we made and packaged 51 cookies. We packaged 51 cookies. We made more than that. We packaged 51 plus the leftovers. Liz, the cookies turned out great. They are tea cookies, as I would call them. They are like dippable cookies. I would say these probably are best to be dipped into some sort of hot liquid. So we made dinner. We made packages here. We also made a significant volume of popcorn for packaging up all the cookies. And things turned out well today. This was a good productive stream. I've really enjoyed doing the cookies all in like one day. So doing all of the packaging, the popcorn, the cookies, then packing everything. I have really that's been super fun to do, and so much more convenient than, generally speaking, so much more convenient than doing all of those things at different times, which I have done a couple times. Okay. Let's see. Where do we want to go today? Who's live? There's some folks live in food and drink. Let's see who's in the food and drink category at the moment. Who do we have? Friends of the stream. Let's see. We have Rusty Rhymes. Rusty Rhymes is streaming. Ball of Bakes is streaming. Mike's OnlyPans is streaming. That's an interesting one. I know where I'd like to go. Let me check and see how they are doing on time. Hell yeah. Okay, I know where we're going. We are going to visit Dinner with Mom. Dinner with Mom was one of the very... Dinner with Mom was my very first raid. Ever. On like, Dinner with Mom raided me on day 1 of streaming. I was super happy to have gotten a Dinner with Mom raid on that day. I don't think I really knew anything about anybody, and I was just like, hey, I'm new here. But Dinner with Mom has been streaming for 10 minutes, so we're gonna take a second. I'm gonna try this dinner. Darlene, enjoy on YouTube. Enjoy the rest of your evening too. Darlene, I'm really glad that you're able to chat now. I'm sorry that was such an issue for a couple days there, but it seems like whatever glitch was happening got figured out. All right. Farro is excellent. Farro is always excellent. I love Farro. The carrots are crispy. Crispy and sweet. The pomegranate molasses on there, you can really, you can taste it. It's excellent. I'm gonna try these meatballs. The meatballs are definitely cooked all the way through. Good thing. Yeah, more gravy. They definitely need more gravy. Broccoli biscotti is always... Biscotti's always the aggressor. We did good today, y'all. Thank you for hanging out for so long. It's been a long stream. It's 6.5 hours. I feel like it was less than... It feels like less than that, but it wasn't. Okay, before... Let's see. What do we need to do before we get out of here? We need to...
I hate to go.
Turn the say goodbye sounds on. We're going to start raid. We're going to add some raid messages in chat.
Goodbye, sir.
Here they go. Raid messages. Boom.
Adieu, adieu.
There we go. All right. Hey, the raid messages work now, by the way. I fixed them. That was one of the things that I fixed over the weekend. The raid message that's just like the one that's says raid and has the little stars. They both say raid and have the little stars. The one that doesn't have the emotes that are moving, anyone can copy that one and it will translate to all channels. The one that has the stars and the moving raid messages, those are for subscribers, and if you are a subscriber, you can copy that one. Anyway, here's some additional social media channels in chat. Best way to talk to me is still a DM in Discord. Let me just be upfront and say that I don't generally respond to DMs with any efficiency, so if you need something immediately, maybe don't expect that of me. But if you want to just leave a message there on my answering machine via Discord DM, I'm happy to read the message. If you're lurking and you have not followed, follows are silent, happy to have you follow. Go ahead and hit the follow button, and we'll see you the next stream. The next stream is going to be Saturday morning, probably around 11 a.m. We're going to be doing either an IRL or something in the kitchen, but Saturday around 11 is when we're going to start, maybe between 11 and 12. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today, y'all. Cookies are going to be sent out tomorrow morning. If you are in the continental US, it's likely that you'll get your cookies by Monday at the latest. Have a good one. If I don't see you on Saturday, I'll see you in chat.
And he by sigh and say goodbye.